Mozambique.
Bom dia, Tom Zé.
Switch on your cameras. We want to see you guys. Mozambique. Bom dia. Hi, Malawi Muriguino. I can't hear Malawi. I can't hear Malawi because you're muted. Hi, Malawi.
Mute. You have unmuted.
Hi. Zimbabwe. I can't see Zimbabwe. Zimbabwe, my guys, why have you left me today? Zimbabwe, are you there? Tanzania, how are you? Habari zenu Tanzania? Siwaoni mimi. Siwaoni. Hi,
Hi,
I want all of us to stand up, okay? I can't, because if I stand up, you don't see my face. Let me see if I can push my computer further and stand up. I can't see. Malawi is not standing up. Mozambique, you're not standing up. I can't see people standing up. Mozambique, you need to stand up. Thank you.
I'm ready to
And then I want to see which other countries here. I can see Zimbabwe. Where are you guys? I can't see Zimbabwe. Zimbabwe not here. So I want which countries there. Malawi, are you able to start for us a song? And all of us from across Eastern Africa, East and Southern Africa, we are going to sing and dance. Okay? Before we start, we need to, you're all exhausted from traveling, Can you all stand up? Can you all stand up? Zimbabwe, Zambia. Malawi, I can't hear you starting a song. I want Malawi to start a song. Joining us, but Neti and Selam, I can't see you dancing. I'm just seeing myself dancing here. I can't see the rest of us dancing. Neti, Rebecca, you're still standing. Continue dancing, Malawi. Can we see? I can't see you dancing. Let me see. Let me see you dancing. Okay. Yes, I can see. People representing Zimbabwe. You need to switch on your cameras. I can't see your camera, Zimbabwe. And I think you can't hear me because your audio is connected. Okay, next Tanzania, let's hear from you. Thank you so much, Malawi. Tanzania, can we hear you? Tanzania, you need to unmute yourself. You need to unmute. Hey! Mozambique, you need to unmute yourself. Mozambique? You need to unmute yourself. We can't hear you. You need to unmute yourself. Kwani kazi sasa tucheze kidogo. Tanzania, we can't hear you. You need to unmute yourself. Okay? Let's see. Okay, we pray to Zambia. Zambia, you have the ball. Zambia, you have the ball. We can't hear you, Zambia. Zambia, we can't. Okay, you pay better. I can see you pay better, but we can't hear you. Yay! But we can't hear you. Please check for us the audio. We can't hear them. Zambia, we can't hear you. I think there's something wrong with your audio, but we can see you're having so much fun. Zimbabwe, we are missing you. I think you're having challenges. Zimbabwe, I can see you guys are back. Zimbabwe, you need to switch on your camera. We need to see you, Zambia, Zimbabwe. Zimbabwe, you guys need to switch on your camera. We can't hear you. We can't hear you, Zimbabwe and Zambia. Thank you, Zimbabwe. The ball is yours. Now you need to unmute. You need to unmute. The ball is yours. You have the ball now. You have the ball. Let's see. We can see you guys dancing. You have the ball, Zim. You have the ball, Zim.
I catch the ball. I catch the ball. I can better. I can better. I can better. I can better. The ball.
You take the ball here. You put it here. I can better. Thank you so much, guys. Zambia, we are still yet to hear your beautiful voices, Evelyn and team. I wish we can be able, but we can't hear you. I think you need to check your audio. But thank you so much. What an amazing way to start this workshop. Can you all clap for each other? Let's all clap. So thank you so much for this amazing time. So we're going to start this workshop with some opening remarks, okay? To other young people who are young and they believe are young, Selam and Rebecca, and Dr. Nyaradzai, we are all young people. So we're going to give some opening remarks and then we are going to go and have some more fun because this workshop is not just to sit on Zoom and watch. I know it's so boring, but we are going to have so much fun, right? If you agree with me, I want to hear a shout, yay! And I need someone to help me to unmute all those audios. If you agree with me, let's say yes! Yes, you're going to have fun. Okay, so I'm going to invite Selam Abra. Can I hear drum rolls? Presenting to you.
Thank you, Jenny. I accepted the invite. Thank you very much, Jenny. Thank you for the wonderful introduction and also intro. It always feels fun and also energized to be with young people. As Jenny said, age is just a number. It's like what you feel inside. So we all feel young from inside. So thank you very much. Thank you for the wonderful entrance. And I'm very much happy to be here, to be present with all of you, and also present this welcoming remark on behalf of our director, Mr. Samuel Norga, who unfortunately couldn't join us today, but he sent his warm greetings to all of you and wish that meeting, the workshop will be as fun as it's in France and also very much productive. Good morning, everyone, ladies and gentlemen, and all protocols observed. I would like also to recognize the presence of Dr. Narenzai, the AU Goodwill Ambassador for Ending Child Marriage, and also Ms. Victoria Molaka, who will be joining us also from the AU Women, Gender and Youth Directorate. Representing PLAN, I'm very much privileged to be joining you all in this important regional youth workshop, which will run for the next 2 days. As you all know, like PLAN International is an international humanitarian organization operating in more than 70 countries all across the world. But we have more than 25 countries in Africa, which makes it very much relevant to address the issues and matters arising in Africa. And also related to this meeting, you all know that Africa is a youthful continent with more than 60% of its population being youth. So it's very apparent that we ensure that we work with youth, young women and girls, and also children to ensure that their life, dignity, and rights is protected at all levels. At the global level, PLAN International have its global strategy, drawing some input from the Sustainable Development Goals and also other global arenas. And also based on that, we at PLAN International, our African Union Liaison Office, we also have the Pan-Africa Advocacy Strategy, which is designed specifically to address some of the context that we live in Africa. At the Liaison Office here, we advocate for policies and also fair practices that reflect, respond to, and also promote and protect children, young girls, and also the youth in Africa. We work mainly with different instruments, with different mechanisms, institutions, both at the EU level, at the international level, and also in collaboration with the UN agencies. As I've tried to mention, drawing on the global strategy, we also focus on three key priority areas at the Pan-Africa level. So one of them is working with girls and young women in crisis. And the second and the third priority is very much related to this workshop, which is one is on ending child marriage and also harmful practices. And the third one is as a core area that also underpins and sustains all our work. We work with promoting girls and youth activism and also their leadership for change. So these are our three priority areas that we work on, and we are very much happy that we'll be facilitating and joining in this very important and crucial meeting. This specific project, Strengthening Civil Society to End Child Marriage in Eastern and Southern Africa, is a project that advances child rights and also ensure that child marriage is abolished at all instances. And also we work with different countries in Eastern and Southern Africa in order to do that. It's also an opportunity for us, I think, in this meeting to engage not only at the context at the country level, but also look into the different mechanisms at AU level, which I will also coming back again after a few hours to take you through some of the mechanisms that we have at the AU level and also how we do advocacy at the AU level. So I would like to end my speech by reminding all of us that working with young people is also working with leaders. I know there is this specific narrative that has been going on for some time, like which says young people are leaders of tomorrow, which I totally disagree, because I believe that young people are leaders of today and also they are leaders of tomorrow. So we all need to ensure that we abolish that narrative and ensure that we are given space to what at the high table and also discuss on issues that are related to us and also to the community at large. So well done to everyone. Would like to wish also everyone with the warm greetings from Sam and also from myself, and wish you all a successful deliberation in today and also tomorrow. And let's keep on having the same energy that we have the day, aiming as planned international to do the welcome remarks and also say a few words on what we do, and also wish you success in the workshop. Thank you very much. Have a good day. Over to you, Jenny.
Thank you so much, Selam. And guys, can you clap for her? I can't hear you guys clapping. You need to unmute and we clap. All of us need to clap for Selam. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Selam. Thank you so much. And wasn't that having fun? You know, as I said, age is just a number. So we have another just a number person coming to speak to us. Can I hear drum rolls for Rebecca? Drum rolls! Guys, I can't hear drum rolls!
Good morning.
Drum rolls! And there we are, Rebecca.
It's just getting light outside here in Germany. A big shout out from Hamburg, the very north of Germany, where it's gray and freezing cold and early in the morning. But I have to say, just seeing you all dancing and singing made my day start with a huge smile. So thank you so much for that. I have the pleasure to greet you all this morning. My name is Rebecca Anna Sprenger. I'm the program specialist at Plan Germany, so I'm speaking on behalf of Plan Germany, but also on behalf of BMZ, the donor for this project. When I say that, it's just a tremendous pleasure and privilege to greet you all this morning. You wonderful youth, young people, I've witnessed you throughout these numerous workshops. In April, I had the pleasure to witness maybe an hour here or there, but it was always very, very refreshing and rewarding. And I really hope that today will be a continuation of the same. So please, Tanzania, Malawi, Mozambique, Zimbabwe, Zambia, young people, please, hello. I more than anything just to be there with you in person. So fingers crossed for next year, hopefully it will happen. I'm also really delighted to greet all our partners, Wise, Janet, Simukai. You've been strong and powerful from the very beginning. I'm in awe of you and all the work that you've been doing on the ground. And of course, I'm also saying hi to all my lovely colleagues at the country offices, whom I've had the pleasure to work with throughout the last few years, and it's just been a wonderful experience. A very special thank you for being here obviously goes out to our two guest speakers. I don't know if she's here yet, Miss Maloka, but please extend my greetings to her if I do happen to miss her. And of course, dearest Dr. Nyaradzai, you have been with this project for, oh, you are there, I see you, Victoria, hi. Miss Nyaradzai, you have been here, our Goodwill Ambassador from the very beginning. I had the pleasure to hear you speak in the last workshop, and I almost had tears in my eyes because I think I speak for all of us when I say that we're really grateful for your support. You're a true source of inspiration, knowledge, and passion. I'm so glad that you've been able to make it today, even though I heard that you had recently been in an accident. So I'm so wonderfully happy that you are okay and that you've even tried everything to be here with us today. Thank you so much. So this project now, I think you all might know, is in the last few months. So it's a bittersweet moment, I think, for all of us. We've come a long way, and even despite COVID, somehow we've maintained a bond and a sense of community across national borders, which is quite remarkable, I think, in the times of COVID. We were all just sitting more or less in front of a computer and talking to each other. So for that, I would say I'm severely impressed. I'm impressed with the work that you've been doing, the successes, also in terms of sustainability at community level, at national level, and as we can see today, also across national levels. So I think this platform today is yet another opportunity for you young people, because the future is yours to take these days and make the most out of it. And I'm just, I'm very excited to be around. I hope I can make it as much as possible to see your presentations in the afternoons, and also what comes out of the recommendations that you jointly will put forward through Plan International Liaison Office towards the AU. Of course, a very special greeting goes out to the Center of Excellence and my dearest colleague Lynn, and I think we also need to sing her a big happy birthday because it is her birthday today. So after I end my speech, we will sing happy birthday for Lynn. And I've really witnessed you, youth, as I said, your drive, your passion, your perseverance, your brain power to continue efforts to fight for an end of early marriage and really have girls and young people shape their future and make sure that the rights that belong to you are lived in reality. So I think this now is your turn. I'm excited to be part of it, and on behalf of GNO and BMZ, we're excited to and pledge also to continue support for such efforts, funds allowing in the future. So I wish you all a wonderful time. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to direct some words towards you. And if you don't mind, let's sing happy birthday. I don't even know if Lynn is there because I haven't seen her, so I hope she is.
She is.
Okay. Shall I start?
For telling us. So, guys, let me show you how we do it. You know, the African happy birthday, not just happy birthday. So this is how you say it. Happy birthday, dear Lynn. Happy birthday, dear Lynn. Happy birthday to you. So you have to say to you, happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Lynn. Can we try X? Can we just try X and then we can do it with drums and dancing? Okay, 1, 2, go, let's go. Everybody unmute. Tanzania, Zambia, Zimbabwe, Mozambique. Can we all unmute? Let's go. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Lynn. Okay, now we're all put drums and our dances dancing cards, and let's go. 1, 2, go. Happy birthday, dear Lynn. Happy birthday, dear Lynn. Happy birthday, dear Lynn. Happy birthday, dear Lynn. Happy birthday to you.
How old are you now?
Dear Lynn, and thank you so much for being an amazing someone in this generation, and in our sphere of child marriage. Rebecca, you can finish up.
I forgot to thank the Aulo office for hosting this event. So big hugs to you. Thank you so much.
Rebecca. Thank you.
Esse evento, né, por organizar este
So Lynn, actually, you know what? Lynn is next, okay? And I want every country to say something small, a happy birthday, and in your own language. For example, in Zimbabwe, you speak a little bit Shona. In Tanzania, you say a bit Swahili. In Malawi, you say a bit Chichewa. In Mozambique, a little bit Portuguese. Okay, in Ethiopia, I can see you guys, Meti and Zemzem. I can see Selam. Someone needs to speak a little bit. In general, I've forgotten the language you guys speak. I'm hurried. So can I hear? Okay, as Lynn comes on, I come to hear Tanzania. Can we say happy birthday to Lynn in Swahili? Tanzania. I want to say Mozambique, I can't hear you. Okay, Malawi.
Happy birthday to you.
It's not Jennifer, it's Lynn. But thank you. My birthday was last week. Thank you, though. Lynn, it's okay. Happy birthday, Lynn. They are still composing their song in Chichewa. Zimbabwe. A little Shona. You need to admit, though. 1, 2, 3, go. Yay! Okay, and your whole country, Zambia. Okay, Zambia? Zambia, we can't hear you guys. We can't hear you, Zambia. Lynn, you need to unmute yourself for us to hear them.
Hi, can you hear us?
Yes, we can hear you now. Yes, go on. Okay. Have I left a country? Okay. Amharic people. Amharic people. I don't know who is going to sing. Selam, Zemzem, Zacharias, Meti. Someone needs to sing in Amharic.
Oh, we are ready to sing.
Oh, Malawi. Go ahead, Malawi. Go ahead. Yes. Okay, go on. Yay!
Let's learning. Let's come let's learning. Let's come let's learning.
Yay! Thank you guys. You guys are amazing. Yeah, you're super amazing. So Lynn, you're next. I'm sure you have already composed yourself and you're about to give us your opening remarks, or you're still setting up?
Hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, but there's feedback. Someone needs to mute on your side.
Okay, 1 second. Hi, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, good morning, good morning, good morning, Malawi! Good morning, Tanzania! Good morning, Zimbabwe! Who have I forgotten? Hello, Zambia! Thank you so much. I really feel extra special today. Thank you to all of you. Rebecca, Matty, everybody, Jennifer, everybody, thank you so much. I think Rebecca and the Plan Liaison Office have pretty much spoken to what I would say. It's been such an honor and a privilege to work with very vibrant young people like you, whom over the years through this project have challenged negative social norms. A clap to all of you. It's unbelievable. Some of you literally have grown with us from way before this project, and we've been privileged to work with all of you going forward. I would like to believe that this project funded by BMZ, has added value. And also we are hoping that this project has allowed for you guys to be able to speak to decision makers and influence positive laws, policies, and legislation that speaks to you guys enjoying your rights as young people. So I will not stay long. I just want to say thank you. This is your space. This is your time. Let's dialogue. Let's challenge social norms. Let's negative social norms. Let's challenge, negative policies and laws that are speaking against us enjoying our rights as children. So for the next 2 days and beyond these 2 days, Zikomo Kwangwiri, Asante Sana, Obrigada. Cheers, everyone. Happy Youth Week.
We know you're...
I did not acknowledge. Please forgive me. Dr. Nyaradzai, Madam Maloka, are they on? I hope they are. Honestly speaking, these women are unbelievably amazing. We need to give them a clap, everyone. These women have gone before presidents, have gone before lawmakers, have gone before decision makers to speak for us young people. They have gone before them and said, no, young people need to thrive. Young people need to enjoy their rights. Young people are entitled to the finest things of life. And it would be wrong for us not to acknowledge the fact that they've actually found time during their busy schedules to join us in these 2 days. Dr. Nyaradzai, Madam Maloka, you really, really inspire me. I want to be like you when I grow up. Thank you so much, madams, for joining us. Bye-bye.
Lynn didn't tell us her age, but she's 21, right, Lynn?
I'm sorry? Yeah, I'm 21. Actually, I'm 16.
Yeah. That is the number, okay? So as we stick to 21, happy birthday, 21st birthday. Thank you so much and happy birthday. I hope Zambia, you guys have prepared for her a cake. I'm hoping we can take the cake over lunch virtually. So next in line is another young person. She's okay. She says she's 24. Madam Victoria. She said she's 24 and she's just, as you had Lynn say, that when she grows up, when she becomes 24, she wants to be like Victoria. Victoria, aren't we are 24, right?
How did you make me 24?
Oops, sorry. You're 21?
I'm 16. I'm 16.
Oh, my bad. I'm so sorry. My bad. You're 16. Yeah, she is 16, guys. She's 16.
I am 16.
Yeah. Go ahead. It's your time, Madam Victoria.
Thank you so much. Let me also add a beautiful song to Lynn. It is in Setswana. I'm a Motswana from South Africa. We have Botswana in some in Zambia, Botswana, and so on. And this is how we sing Happy Birthday, Lynn. This is all for you. Just from the heart. I don't listen to the voice. Alrighty? O hule masihonala dingwaga di ate. O hule yip yip hooray. Lynn, you are such an inspiration. Your energy is just so awesome. So thank you really so much. And good morning, everybody. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, dear friends. Oh, Rebecca, it is so great to see you. Such humility and great energy. Nice to see you. Thank you so much. Oh my gosh. And my sister Nyaradzai, I know we are going to see you in a short while. It is always such an honor to be with you, and to all the young people in this platform. Really, I don't know what to say. Salam really said it all, that you are not the leaders of tomorrow. You are the leaders of today. And that is very true. You are not the future, but you are the present. You make the future in the present. And really, let me honor you. And I know my brother Sam is not around. Well represented by colleagues here. So thank you so much for inviting us to this very important workshop. My team director, Ms. Prudence Ngwenya, could not join us today, but she sent her regards. She's really very happy that we're invited to be here today, because we also have a program on, and in fact, the whole directorate on young people, just making sure that young people, young women, young men of Africa are fully represented in all the mechanisms that has anything to do with their lives, their present, their future, and everything. And we really support young people to make sure that you participate in policy making processes of the AU, and hence this workshop is very, very important for us, because it is through these platforms that we're able to hear your voices. It is through these platforms that we're able to have you represent yourself, not us representing you, but your own voices, telling us what is it that you would like to see, so that we're able to pass that message to our heads of states, to our presidents, and say, this is what the young women, this is what the young girls, this is what the young men of the continent would like to see. And this is how you would like to see yourself participating in all the processes to end child marriage in Africa. And of course, in this case, today we are talking about Eastern and Southern Africa. So really, let me give a special recognition to you, the young women and all the progressive young men who are here with us today. And we want to make sure that we are holding you by the hand as much as you are holding us by the hand, because it is your lived experiences that guide the older people to make sure that we are not only putting in place the policies and the programs and the strategies that are irrelevant to your lives, but we are making sure that as we hear you, you're also guiding us. So this intergenerational guidance and intergenerational leadership is absolutely important, and especially when we deal with issues around ending child marriage, because we know, ladies and gentlemen, how often the African culture that we celebrate so much, the African culture that we honor so much, that it is the very same culture, and even the religions that guide us, that lead us, it is the very same religion that often promote some of the harmful traditional practices that impede you young people from fully enjoying your rights and fully enjoying your lives. And that is why it is important that we do not just allow young people to live on their own or the older people to live on their own. But it is great, it is important and absolutely imperative that we hold hands together like this, that the young people guide the older people, but the older people also live with the guidance of the young people to be able to have a better future and a better present. In my language in Setswana, we have a saying, and I'll try to translate it in English, but in Setswana it says, it basically means the wisdom of the older deer, the wisdom of mother deer, the wisdom of father deer comes from the wisdom of the younger deer. And if you really look at if you look at the deers, the springboks, all the antelopes, if you really look at them, they're always working together with their young ones, because we truly believe that it is the young deers, the young people who will give more wisdom, who will give life, who will give absolute leadership to the older ones. And that is why it is important for you young people to take the leadership of the continent and guide all these older people who've been around and who've been putting in place all these different policies to say, this is the Africa that we want. This is the kind of Africa that we want to live in, the kind of Africa that sees young girls fully enjoying their rights, that sees young men fully responsible and protecting themselves as much as they protect their sisters, their cousins, their mothers, and their aunties. 2 weeks ago, we had the very first conference, a men's conference, where we discussed issues around positive masculinities to end violence against women and girls in Africa. And in that conference, we had some of our presidents who got together to say, we as men in the continent, we want to take leadership as men in leadership positions. We want to lead Africa from this couch of violence against women and girls. We want to lead Africa away from violence against women and girls. We want to lead Africa away from any form of discrimination against women and girls, and want to lead in a way that will allow young women to also lead without fear, to also lead in dignity, to lead without any fear of any form. And they also decided that they will adopt a convention, the first African Union Convention on ending violence against women and girls. And we will be looking forward to the support of African civil society organizations like PLAN, like Rosaria, like all the other civil society organizations to come and support us to define what this new convention is going to look like, so that we define a convention that speaks true to what the experiences of young women and young men are today, so that we are able to build the Africa to have the law that we know will speak to the reality, but also to speak to the kind of environment, a safe environment that our young people want to see and want to flourish in. Secondly, the heads of states also agreed that they will launch in their own member states the first African Union campaign on ending violence against women and girls. And this campaign will also support the campaign that is led by our sister and mother to many auntie to many, our beautiful, awesome Mama Nyarazai, who is here with us today. She's, as you know, she's leading and she's a Goodwill Ambassador on ending child marriage in Africa, and she's been leading this other campaign. And this campaign on ending violence against women and girls will now support her own campaign that she'll be leading. And we will make sure that the two campaigns really push, and especially on this particular issue on ending violence, or rather on ending child marriage in the continent. And really, we look forward to working with you. We look forward to working with you, and we look forward to holding hands together with you to make sure that we end this, and that young girls and the young men of tomorrow who are coming after you will never know early child marriage, that they will not know violence against them, that they will only read it in the past books that this used to happen, and they will say, thank God. We thank God, and we thank all the leaders who were here before us, that they made sure that this is fully not just repealed in statute books, but it does not even exist in our minds anymore, that it is not there in any way anymore, and it is in your hands, young people. It is in your hands, and you can do it today. And for all the young girls and the young women and the young men who are survivors, you are our beacon of hope. Continue to walk, and you may not even just walk, but continue to run and fly higher than eagles, and possess this land of Africa, and show everybody that through you, Africa can indeed arise. And you have indeed arisen, because you're in this meeting today. If you had not, you would not be here today. So we thank you, we honor you, and you are so blessed. And thank you so much for this opportunity to talk here. Thank you so much. I hand over to you.
Thank you so much, guys. Drum roll. You know, like, I know Victoria now, I believe you're 16, you know, and but I love your hair. So chic, you know, when I grow up also, you know. So thank you so much, Madam Victoria, for an amazing remarks. You know, the fact that our men and are standing out, you know, and motivating other young men to be able to stand up and say no is a no, and this must end with us. You know, that is amazing, isn't it? Can we give another round of applause? Can we give another round of applause? Thank you so much for gracing our amazing meeting. You know, we are one. You know, we are one continent. We are one. It doesn't matter where we are at. So next in line is another young person. I don't want to mention names, ages, before I'm accused of making people older. So next is Meti. Meti is from Clan Aulo. Can you all give her drum rolls? And Meti is going to give us, why are we here, Meti? Why are we watching other people from other countries on big screens? Okay, so Meti is going to tell us why we are here, wherever we are, but watching each other from big screens, and what we need to achieve in 2 days. Meti?
Thank you, JD. Good morning, everyone. I'm really honored to speak today as to why we're here for this regional youth workshop for the next 2 days. Thank you, everyone, for joining us. Madam Victoria, thank you for the beautiful opening remarks, and my dear colleagues, Lynn and Rebecca. It has been really amazing working with you over the past year, and our young people. Thank you so much for the wonderful work that you do in ending child marriage in your communities, for your energy, for the best learning that you provide us throughout this the implementation of this project. For those who don't know me, my name is Meti Daraja, and I'm from Plan AULO, coordinating the 18+ projects, working on ending child marriage and prevention of teenage pregnancy in Southern Eastern Africa. Our young people are joining us from 5 countries, Malawi, Tanzania, Zimbabwe, Zambia, and Mozambique. So basically this meeting, when the project was designed, was planned to be held in Addis in person. However, due to COVID-19 and the travel restrictions we're still having, we have decided to hold it today. Nevertheless, we are planning to have the best of this meeting. Our objectives are creating platforms for the young people from these 4 countries, from these 5 countries, to exchange views on ending child marriage, their amazing works on the ground, so that they will be able to share their experiences, their challenges, their learnings with their peers from among the 5 countries. We will also be reviewing the progress they have made, because we had a sub-regional youth workshop which was held in April, organized by the Center of Excellence, which is led by Lee. And during that meeting, our young people have developed action plans on what they will be doing on ending child marriage. So in this meeting, we will also review what they have done and the progress made since that workshop. And also, we will use this platform to enable our young people to be exposed to influencing, lobbying, and advocacy works at continental level. Through this meeting, we will be inviting our GMAC colleagues, represented by our Goodwill Ambassador, Dr. Narazai, Madam Narazai, who will be speaking to that in a few minutes. So during that session, we will be looking at what lobbying advocacy means, human rights, the works of GMAC, the GMAC network, and also they will be guiding us, provide us guidance on how recommendations will be developed, which will be presented to the AU. Most of all, at the end of this meeting, what we want to have is a recommendation from the young people themselves. Our young people will be dialoguing amongst themselves within their country, as well as coming together and develop a recommendation on ending child marriage and teenage pregnancy, which will be forwarded to the AU through our office, as well as through GMAC. So this is one of the most important platform for our young people from the 5 countries. To really look into what they've been doing over the past 2 years in this project, and even beyond that, on ending child marriage and preventing teenage pregnancy, but also they will share experiences and also develop recommendation on the challenge they are facing, especially relating to policies, laws that might have been challenging them to end child marriage in their community. So in this regard, I really would like to say thank you for everyone for joining us in this beautiful morning, and we really wish our young people the excellent deliberation of this meeting, for them to participate. Please feel free to ask questions, because we will have sessions where we will have a presentation from Dr. Narazai, as well as from my colleague Salam from our office, on the different advocacy and lobby activity that we have been doing over the years. So I'm sure this will be a very important learning platform for all of us. And welcome and thank you. And over to you, Jenny.
Guys, I want to hear drum rolls for Meti. I can't hear drum rolls for Meti, guys. Drum rolls for Meti. Thank you so much, Meti, and for such an amazing, and thank you for, as young people, sometimes we feel left out, and thank you for considering to call this meeting. We really, really do appreciate as young people. We really do appreciate. So next in line, before that, the next person, let me tell you, I know her. I call her Ma. Like, if I call her anything else, it would be disrespecting her. This lady has achieved a lot. She is the current ambassador of End Child Marriage. Imagine that, guys. she has influenced policies across the world, not only Africa, across the world, guys, across the world, on ending child marriage, okay? What, like Madam Victoria was saying earlier, she's influenced policies at the African Union, ensuring that governments, state parties that are able to listen to children, to girls, and especially young people, okay? And she says she's a young person. It doesn't matter how she looks like. It doesn't matter how long she has stayed on earth. She's a young person. So for her, I would request all of us to stand up and do an African jig. And this is how an African jig. I don't have space where I am because I have a table behind me. But if you have space, can you all guys stand up? I show you an African jig. And then if you have drummies, I want us to do a drum, okay? And you're all going to dance, We're going to dance and we're going to clap as we welcome Dr. Nyaradzai. Yay! Can you all dance? Yay! I can't see you guys dancing. I'm the only one who is dancing. Okay, I can't see. If I can't see you guys dancing. Okay? And then Dr. Nyaradzai. And by the way, Dr. Nyaradzai is, I'm not going to say her age just in case I'm accused of making her older, but she's a young person. Okay, welcome, Dr. Nyaradzai.
Thank you so much. As you can see, let me start by me losing my teeth.
Oh, wow. Yay.
Sorry.
So let me start with the story of losing my teeth. October 18, 19, I can't remember the date. I was involved in a road traffic accident. The road traffic accident left me for dead. I have a broken leg and a broken hand, and I had to go through emergency surgery, very intense, and they have to repair my bones and put some metals in me. And of course, I lost my teeth, but that is the least of my worry. The biggest joy I have is that God gave me an opportunity to live again and do what I love most. It's you guys. This is my first meeting since I came out of hospital 2 weeks ago. And I've been asking God, why did I survive? Why? And when Meti contacted me, I said, I'll accept because this is the reason why I survived. It's because you guys, you deserve much more. Because we can fight together for human rights. We can fight together for our dignity. Some of us were born in the village, in the depths of rural Zimbabwe. We're born when the guns were blazing, when the country was fighting for its independence and freedom. Some of us lost years of going to school. So we were not school dropouts. We were dropped out of school by war, by poverty, by various circumstances. There's nothing called a school dropout. Girls and children are dropped out of school by circumstances, not out of their own choice. So today is very special for me. It's very special to spend an hour for us to go through gender and human rights together, for us to talk about GMAT and policy influencing, for us to find solutions together. So I just want to say thank you so much to Plan International for inviting me. And again, my respect to all colleagues who spoke before me, and a big shout out to my sister, Victoria Maloka. And I'm just also very much touched. This is going to be a very participatory activity for us together, so that we can draw on each other's experience. When we started the session, there was, I catch the ball, I play with the ball, and then we danced, right? So this time I catch the ball, and I catch the ball for gender equality, for women's rights, for human rights, and for opportunities for young people. And let's play the ball together. So the starting point that I want us to put in the chat, you can do it as a group, because I know that we are in various countries, and we can ask each country to shout out, or we can also place in the chat. But what is important is for us to have this discussion together. The first question is, what is the single right you treasure in your own life, in your own personal life? Write on a piece of paper, write on the chat, talk to each other, but you just give each other a minute. You can talk to the person next to you. Which is the single right, the single human right that at this moment is so important to you? The single human right, which is so important to you personally. You personally, you can write on a piece of paper, you can put on the chat, but just write, just let's reflect on it. As I said to you, for me, the single human right that became so important to me personally was the right to life, because I almost lost it. I almost lost my life. So can we just take a moment? You can close your eyes, you can write on a piece of paper.
Madam Nyarazai, you're muted.
I'm muted. Okay. Thank you. So if we've taken that minute, I would like to request us to, you've talked about the rights, and you thought about the right so important to you personally. I've seen the right to movement and the right to education, various rights. Can we hear from Zambia? Anyone from Zambia who wants to share? Then we go to Tanzania. Yes. Can I ask the moderator to assist me in calling out all the countries to just share the single right important to you?
Okay, guys, I want to see, and then I want one brave person from Tanzania to tell us what right is most important to you. Someone from Tanzania? Naomba, tafadhali. One brave person. Can we clap for that guy who's running, guys. Let's clap for him. One.
Okay, my name is Johnny.
Hatukuoni ndugu, tafadhali tutakuona uso yako.
Yeah. Okay, my name.
Kaa chini tafadhali.
From Kenya.
Okay, my name is Johnny Savika from Tanzania. The most important right to myself is right to live.
Yeah, right to life. Let's all clap for Tanzania. And then Bondia, what's that? Mozambique. Please tell us one important right. One brave person to tell us.
Ok, para mim, o direito mais importante agora é o direito à vida.
Thank you very much.
Also for Mozambique is the right to life.
Right to life. Thank you so much. I can see Zambia and Malawi are all set. So I'm going to start with Zambia.
One important right for me is the right to education, because it empowers many young girls by bombarding them with knowledge that is required for them to do what they desire.
Thank you so much, Zambia. Yay, let's all clap for Zambia. Okay, next is Malawi.
My name is Promise Muteko. I like to participation according to invoking capacity.
Participation. Yes. And Zimbabwe. I can't see you guys. Where are you?
We have one more.
My name is
Which country is that?
Malawi.
Malawi. Okay.
Right to access
Right to access what? Sexual reproductive health services. Okay, let's all clap for Malawi. Zimbabwe. We can't hear you guys. We can see you.
Let's go Zimbabwe.
Yes, go ahead now. Yeah.
Well, for Zimbabwe, the right to be heard. As an individual.
Right to be heard. Okay? Right to be heard. I saw Kenyans and there was another country that was making noise at the chat. Which country was that? There was another country, they really made a lot of noise at the chat. I'm trying to check. Kenya, I'm just going to allow you to speak. Just give me a second. Unmute you. Just give me a second, Miriam. Okay. Miriam, you can unmute yourself now. What is the most important right to you?
The most important right to me is the right of expression, since I'm able to express myself to any other.
Your right to express yourself. Thank you so much. Have I left any other country? Nathan is from Ethiopia. Nathan? He's a young person who works at the Plan AU office. I know him. He's my friend because he's a young person. Nathan, what is the most important right to you? I need to unmute you, Nathan. Just give me a second. Go ahead, Nathan.
Thank you, Jenny. Good morning, everyone. I believe that the right to education is key. So, because, in order to build our future, we need education. And that's, I think, the right to education.
Thank you so much, Nathan. Thank you so much. I think I've covered all countries. If I have not covered your country, please forgive me. I think I've done all the countries. Thank you so much. Back to you, Dr. Nyeradzai.
Thank you so much, co-moderator.
Can we all send our love to her? Can we all send love to Dr. Nyeradzai? Can you imagine this is the first meeting since she left hospital? Let's all send our love.
Oh, thank you.
To Dr. Nyeradzai.
Thank you so much. And we're matching head wraps, so it feels good.
Thank you.
I also want to ask, I saw in the chat, I'm supported by Farirai, and I also wanted to share. What is the most important right to you, Farirai?
Farirai, you can speak now.
Yes, good morning, everyone. It's so good to see all the young people in the rooms. For me, I think my favorite right is my right to freedom of opinion and expression. And I love freedom of expression because you can do it in so many ways, even in the way you wear your hair and the things that you say and the clothes that you wear. So for me, I like that one.
Thank you so much. And thank you for supporting me. So I want to talk about human rights. We've shared about the rights dear to us, and it shows that we have some good starting point on knowledge of rights. People are born with rights, and they are born, it's natural justice that people, human beings, are born with basic rights of life and dignity and justice. When we talk about this, we talk about natural rights and natural justice. But we also know that the world faced many calamities. In the 1800s, we have the First World War, then we had the Second World War, and then we had the formation of the United Nations. When the United Nations was formed, it started with the Declaration of Human Rights of 1948. The purpose of the Declaration of Human Rights by most of the member states, the countries that form the United Nations, was to have a collective shared value system that puts the fundamentals together, the fundamental values of who we are as a people, and which collectively our countries, our governments, our nations must protect. And these human rights have evolved over the years and over the decades. So we have what is called the first generation of rights. And the first generation of human rights, much more to the civil and political rights of individuals. That every individual has a right to life, has a right to expression, has a right to participation, and has a right to vote, and a right to be a leader or choose to be led, to who to lead them. So the first generation of rights was mostly around civil liberties. And this is very important because in many countries, and as we have heard, the right to movement, the right to assembly, which is you being together like you are today in the various countries, you are sitting in a room together discussing about issues that are important to you. That is the right to assembly. That is the right to information. That is the right to be part of society. So it's very important in the work we do with young people that we continue to cement the importance of civil and political rights. Because when as an individual, you have the basic right to be who you are and to be respectful of others. It builds society when we are able to come together. The second generation of rights is what is called the social, economic, and cultural category of rights. This is very, very important. And the social and economic rights, which are usually called the second generation of rights, brought us to understand that we live in a world of inequalities, inequalities of countries and nations, but inequalities within communities. And that for us to preserve the right to life and protect the right of civil liberties we talked about, it is important for people to have education. It is important for people to be healthy. It is important for us to live in an environment that understands and respects our cultures and diversities as long as they do not infringe on the rights of others. So the second generation of rights was also strongly advocated for by regions like Africa, because that was also at the time when we were pushing after independence and liberation and slavery. We also wanted to develop as nations. So the second generation of rights is still very important to us. Then we have the third generation of rights, and which we are still advocating and pushing for, and which is still very important in our lives, and some of them are not fully accepted. So we have like the right to development, the right to climate justice, and a healthy living environment. And now we see, and we are pushing more, that the right to information must be linked to the right to technology. It's no longer a public good, it's a need, it's a right. And so we have all these generations of rights, which are important. And I think as we move in our discussion later, we can come back to, therefore, what are we doing as GMAC? What are we doing as civil society's plan to address these rights? It was not enough for the United Nations and our governments to just establish rights without putting in place mechanisms for implementation, mechanisms for monitoring of human rights. So the Human Rights used to be a Human Rights Commission of the United Nations, which is now the Human Rights Council. We now have the Human Rights Council of the United Nations. The councils and the commissions are very important institutions which the UN put together in order to monitor and for countries to give each other reports on implementation of human rights. At countries, it was also recommended that countries should have human rights mechanisms that also enables countries to uphold their own commitments, recognizing the expectation that countries must, in their constitutions, include a Bill of Rights, include the category of rights. And we know a number of countries do not include full rights, or they violate some of the rights, but each country is expected to have an independent human rights mechanism. It could be a Human Rights Commission, Peace Commission, includes the gender commissions, but the expectation is that they are independent institutions for monitoring rights. Implementation of human rights by countries is expected to be done by all the various ministries, because each ministry deals with a different kind of rights. Some ministries are for education, others for justice, others for food. So the ministries does the implementation and the commissions does the monitoring. At the same time, for us in civil society and for many people in civil society, it was also important to ensure that we work from a rights premise. So the first was that there were a number of organizations established that just focus on human rights. We know them in many countries, but also a strong push in the last 10, 15 years that every organization working in development must try as much as possible to adopt human rights principles, human rights approaches. And what you are doing today in this workshop is actually the application of the human rights-based approach to programming. What you did with this workshop is to provide the right to participate, the right to assemble, the right to information, and the right to find solutions together. So congratulations, Plan International, for placing human rights at the core of the approach that you take in delivering programs. I will speak later around the African Union and the human rights mechanisms within the African Union. Let me proceed to talk about equalities and inequalities. The question that in society we live in an unequal society where there is inequalities based on age. Children are treated differently from adults. The expectations are different. Inequalities based on whether you live in a peaceful country or a conflict country, you are displaced or you live in your own home. So we see the issues around displacement and refugees and the protection of people in conflict. Inequalities based on sexual identity, and we see issues around LGBTIQ as part of the diversity issues. Issues of disability or differently abled. I like the way differently abled persons. Inequalities based on gender, based on whether one is born male or female, which is a very binary definition in itself. So as a result of this recognition of society being diverse, and people experiencing inequalities, though they are human, they are entitled to all the human rights that we have talked about. But there is discrimination, unequal treatment, because there is a born male or female, or they are born differently, or they are born in one part of the world and not the other. They are born in a refugee camp or born in the city. So discrimination and inequality became critical. And therefore, the human rights community started to develop specific instruments and policies that respond and that addresses these specific inequalities. So, for instance, we have the Convention on the Rights of the Child. And in Africa, we have the Charter on the Rights and Welfare of the Child. These specific instruments are focused on addressing the discrimination, the human rights, and the equality issues affecting children. We also have the disability instrument that the Convention that the United Nations adopted. We also have the Convention to eliminate discrimination based on gender or on women, the Convention on the Elimination of Discrimination Against Women, which is CEDAW. And at Africa level, we have the Africa Protocol on women's rights in Africa. This protocol on women's rights and CEDAW are specifically addressing discriminations based on gender inequalities. So for each of the areas that we've talked about, some there are specific conventions or treaties that have been adopted. Others are yet to be adopted. We see a lot of discussion happening around climate change, and recently there was a big meeting in Glasgow to address this issue. As I conclude on just outlining the human rights framework, the international human rights framework, I also want to clarify that there is a difference between a declaration and a convention. A declaration by member states is a statement, it's a political statement of commitment on certain values and principles, but it does not have the same level of accountability. You can only appeal to a declaration, but it is not binding to the member state. A convention or a treaty is binding. It's agreed by a number of countries, and it is binding to those countries. Those countries which have signed a convention or a treaty are expected to take measures, to take steps to implement and to bring to life and to do something within their countries or communities for the implementation of the treaty or the convention. And they can be held to account by the other member states and by their citizens on what they are doing around the treaty or the convention. So that is the difference. I'll take the next 3 minutes to just talk about the African Union and the with Madam Victoria and also colleagues who are here who can speak to the other aspects of the African Union. African Union is the member states. The African Union Commission is the secretariat to the member states. It's important to draw a difference between the union, which is the member states when they come together in summit, at ministerial meetings, and when they adopt their conventions or protocols or treaties. And the commission, which is headed by His Excellency, Mr. Musa Faki, is the secretariat which implements the decisions of the union. The commission has a number of commissions, and my appointment as the African Union Goodwill Ambassador is through the commission that now deals with health, humanitarian, and social issues, which used to be social affairs. That is the commission within which I do my work as the AU Goodwill Ambassador on ending child marriage. The union also established a human rights mechanism, a complex and with many also other mechanisms within it, and linked to other instruments of the AU. So with the African Union Commission on Human and People's Rights, it is this commission that monitors the implementation of the African Charter on Human and People's Rights. And it is very important, and I see PLAN is very involved in the work of the commission, that young people like you have an opportunity to practically get involved in the work of the commission, because that's where performance and monitoring of the member states happens. The commission and the Human Rights Commission and the AU Commission also established a specific treaty monitoring bodies. So we have the treaty monitoring for the African Charter, on the rights and welfare of the child, and we have treaty monitoring also for other instruments. And I just want to say thank you so much for Plan for being involved so much in the work of the African Charter, of the Committee of Experts to the African Charter on the Rights and Welfare of the Child. And that is specifically where all the amazing young leaders in the House should be more involved in. The AU also appointed special mandates, special mechanisms to advance certain rights. So we have the special envoys, like the special envoy on women, peace and security, Madam Binta Diop. We have the AU Goodwill Ambassador on ending child marriage. We have the special rapporteur on ending child marriage, who is part of the experts to the African Charter on the Rights and Welfare of the Child. We also have the special envoy on youth. And we are very excited that following the very good work done by Aya Chebi, the former youth envoy, there's been an appointment of a new youth envoy. So I encourage you to engage with the new youth envoy. And we are all there to support the work of the union, to work with the commission, to work with civil society. And my mandate is essentially to contribute to the efforts to end child marriage. It should not be called marriage because it's child rape. It's sexual exploitation. It's abuse. By calling it marriage, we are simply normalizing a crime that we should be fighting. Before I proceed to talk about gender, and then for us to talk about lobbying and advocacy, I want to ask the girls and young women in each country, when we said, what is your most important personal right? The first three speakers were young men. And then we started to see the young women coming forward, or the girls coming forward. But I just want to start by the young women in the 5 countries present, because we want to move into gender. So the first question I have to the young women is, and the girls in the house is, what is it about being a young woman or a girl that limits your right to participate? Everyone has a right to participate. But what is the reason why at times it's difficult for young women and girls to participate? I would like to invite my moderator to assist me in getting rapid fire responses from the various countries.
Okay, let's go, guys. I know we are young. Let me see. Let me see, guys. Young people. I can see Miriam. Miriam, let's go. Miriam?
Yes.
Respond.
According to the right of, Miriam, in Kenya, this right of participation from the area that I come from, the thing that hinders me is that the people that surrounds me, they never allow us to participate. Mostly they take girls responses as just as easy. They don't take it so hard. That's why it becomes tough. Yeah.
Thank you, Miriam. Mozambique, country you ready?
Dizer que, na verdade, em algum momento nós pensamos que estamos a olhar para a igualdade em um contexto em que chamamos, por exemplo, numa atividade de 30 indivíduos e os 15 que são homens concorrem para tal atividade e 10 e 15 raparigas ou mulheres simplesmente entram por causa de queremos olhar a igualdade. Mas neste caso nós não estamos concretamente a olhar para a igualdade como tal, porque quando existe prioridade, aqui não há igualdade. Então, muitas das vezes, nós temos que olhar para a diferença que existe entre prioridade e igualdade. E essa prioridade faz com que as mulheres não tenham, em Moçambique, por exemplo, não tenham essa oportunidade de concorrer ou de fazer as coisas como os outros fazem. Porque as pessoas acham que as mulheres são as mais fracas, as que não conseguem fazer as coisas para concorrer, por exemplo. Então, coloca-se como prioridade. E quando se faz isso, não estamos a olhar para a igualdade. Então, é um aspecto que nós precisamos de pensar e voltar a repensar. E uma das outras, um dos outros pontos que eu posso perceber em vários, não só em Moçambique, mas como em vários sítios, é que a desigualdade de gênero, os estereótipos ainda prevalecem. Podemos, em algum momento, nós dizermos que é uma coisa que já está erradicada, mas bem lá no fundo nós podemos perceber que não só por parte de nós como jovens, mas também por parte de alguns facilitadores. Há coisas que acabam abrindo brecha, dizendo, na verdade, homem sempre vai ser homem. E acaba-se colocando de uma certa forma superioridade ao homem. Então, é uma coisa que nós precisamos cortar por completo. Obrigada.
Obrigado. Translation?
Okay, well, I will try to give a brief idea on what Advance has said. In fact, she emphasized that even though there can be meetings that they can be held meetings whereby we call both girls and boys, what we see is that girls might attend in a reduced number compared to men. So this gives a sense of prioritizing men over women. And in Mozambique, for example, this may lead women to feel somewhat a little bit weaker compared to men, especially in terms of giving similar or equal opportunities. So this is something that needs to be addressed. Added to that, you also emphasize that in various places, not only in Mozambique, there are still already established gender stereotype aspects that we need to fight against. For example, men, they seem to be superior over women. So roughly, this is what she shared.
Let's all clap for Mozambique, guys. Let's all clap for Mozambique. And Zambia, are you guys ready? Okay, Malawi.
Zambia is here. Can we go?
Yes, go then.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
I'm Esther from Zambia. What limits girls to participate more is our culture. In most African cultures, men have more power than women. I would give an example. When go in the homes where we come from,
more behavior, like promoting them to do sex, but however, the participation is good, and also the community leaders are most supportive to us so that we can distribute information on how the young people can participate in these activities. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next is Zimbabwe. Zim?
Hello.
Yes, go ahead.
People around me, if their culture is so they don't allow women to stand in front of them. So they don't allow us to participate. They believe that allowing women to stand in front of men is a taboo that will definitely makes the spirits angry. But to my own point of view, I don't agree with that point because as a girl, I've got my right to behave on what I want to say.
Thank you so much, Zee. Tanzania. Tanzania? Is Tanzania with us? Yes. Okay.
Yes. Okay. Kwa Tanzania tumeona kwamba sababu ni mifumo kandamizi iliyowekwa tangu zamani ambayo inampa mwanaume kipaumbele kwa kila kitu.
Asante sana. What she has said is in Tanzania, it's because of the culture that has given men more power from the beginning, so that it says women. Thank you. I think we're done with all the countries. Have I left out anybody?
Thank you. And your own views, you and Lynn and Lynn Chinene and Farirai, what is your own reading? Why do girls not come forward and boys come forward? Immediately there's an opportunity. So I want to hear from yourself, from Lynn, and from Meti, from Farirai.
Okay, let's start with the birthday girl. Birthday girl? Lynn? Is she there?
I am here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you for the opportunity, Dr. Nyeradzai. You know, girls' participation is usually, how do I say it? What stops or prevents or what limits girls' participation and girls being active is pretty much, especially on this side of the continent, culture. And tradition. That's one of the big drivers that hinders that, mainly because culture puts the girl child before. The boy child goes before the girl child. The girl child is raised and nurtured to be the subordinate to the boy child. We are raised to let the boy child thrive, and to us being the support role in the boy child. Usually, culture to a great extent and tradition does look down on or speak against young people who are vibrant, young girls who are vibrant, who are active, who want to speak up for themselves. And so that in itself, because of the fact that it's embedded in the back of our minds, that's how young girls are raised. You know, we tend to take a back seat and let other voices speak up on our behalf, even when they may sometimes not be speaking to what we really want to be spoken to. You know, we are raised to have other people represent us at decision-making tables. But then also, you know, when you look at it from a gender perspective, we live in a very competitive world, and there are a lot of opportunities that come up for young people that, in inverted commas, hiddenly are pushed more to the boy child than the girl. And so as young girls, we just feel, or we may feel, that, you know, that is not our place and that is not our space. You know, even when it comes to thinking of career opportunities, when you think of certain jobs, as girls, we are sometimes raised to believe that some jobs are not good for us and some jobs are better for boys. So that in itself, you know, because of societal values, societal norms, culture and tradition, we get suppressed in most of these spaces. We get suppressed to participate, to contribute to decision making, and hence why we are here.
Thank you so much, Lynn. Meti?
Yes, thank you. I think similar to what Lynn have mentioned, and the young girls have also mentioned it. So mostly it's the culture which gives the platforms for the young boys and the children to go out there, to play outside, to engage more than the young girls. So because of that, young girls tend to, take time to come out, to come and speak their mind, even in platforms where young girls are also expected to participate. So I think most of it is because of the culture.
Thank you, Selam. Thank you so much, Meti. Selam, was she here when we asked the question? So for me, I agree with everybody's culture and also our reference of men. Okay, so how you've been brought up thinking about men. So if you had, and this goes back to the bringing up at the family level. If you're brought up by a very supportive father, a dad who pushed you to be your best, most probably you always stand out and you push, because you not fear men per se, because most of girls have been brought up to fear men in the community. You fear your dad because your dad is very strict, or you saw your dad beating up your mom, so you fear them. Okay, and you fear. So there's that reference of men and manhood. So for me, that is the biggest challenge. So, but if for us young people in this room, I'm meaning this Zoom room or what we're listening, if we take deliberate action, say, I am going to change the way I bring up my children, my girl child. I'm going to open doors for them, like literally open the door for them, but also give them opportunity to contribute in the family table. Okay, it goes back to participation at the family level. And giving them an opportunity, showing them you are able to do it. You're not inferior to your brothers. You're not the fragile person in the family, or they call it the weaker sex. You're strong, okay? You're strong. You may be smaller in the body, but you are very strong mentally. So for me, we have to go back to bringing up culture. We have to start winding off the culture thing, which is there, but now let's not perpetrate it by the way we bring up our children. For me, I'm thankful for my dad. My father pushed us, me and my sister, to do things, okay? And she'll say, you can be able to do it. You should push us. For us, I'm 21, I'm sticking to that age. But when I was in high school, my sister and I wanted to drop off school. I'm sorry, I've just remembered this, I needed to say it. We wanted to drop off school because we thought my parents didn't have money to educate all of us. So we had 2 younger brothers. My dad looked at us and thought, are you crazy? You think you're not my children as your brothers? Because, in our community, we've been brought up thinking that brothers need to go to school, girls don't go to school. My dad was like, all of you are my children. All of you are going to go to school. So go back to school. I'll take care of your brothers too. So all of you will go back to school. So I think that is something that we need to embrace. And young people, as you think about your family, how you're going to bring up your children, I think that's something that you need to be very deliberate, how you bring up your girl child, showing them that they are able. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And Farirai?
Is Farirai here? I thought she dropped off. I think I saw her.
If she dropped off, it's okay. A very exciting session to just listen to the girls and to listen to also to the mentors. I want to put Nathan. Is Nathan in the room?
Thank you. No, I definitely.
Nathan, are you in the room?
Yes, Madam Nerzai.
How did it feel in the last 10 minutes when the girls took over and the women took over and were having their discussions and all the men were quiet and were put on the side?
Yeah, in terms of leading the show, I think it's great that this type of platform is there to give them that necessary platform to engage and voice their opinion. I think it's a good thing.
Yes.
Yeah.
You want to add extra thoughts?
Not right now, but perhaps
later.
later, yeah.
So what happens in society is what we've just experienced, that in many instances, on matters which are so important within the family or within the country, issues are discussed in closed spaces and mostly by men, with very few women involved, and their solutions are made. And this is essentially what we are talking about on bringing equality of participation. That equality of participation should be equal opportunities for boys and girls, for men and women, in order to influence decisions that affect your life. We've talked so much about culture, and this year the African Union theme is on culture. I know that with our work with Plan, you've assisted me and my work with Rosaria Memorial Trust for us to start to look at culture a bit more. And we have done a research around in Zimbabwe, we call it Nanga. In other countries, you have your Pachibwanzi, you have Chinamwali, you have Edumeni, Nyumba ya Wasikana, you have Binti Space. We need to start to reclaim and interrogate culture, both the single spaces for girls and gender, but also the shared spaces where we also have boys and girls interacting. Today, we didn't have enough time for us to start to name the amazing women leaders on our continent who are usually overshadowed by patriarchy, but who play a critical role in the resocialization. So I hope that Plan International, you can organize a specific session focusing on gender and culture for us to reclaim our culture. I am a proud African woman who loves a culture, but who wants to transform it. It must be, certain aspects must be transformed and certain aspects must be kept. I love the African culture around respect, around Ubuntu, Harambe, we care for each other, we provide for each other. So it's very important that when we work on child rights and on gender and talk about culture, we are able to embrace the beauty of the African culture and the richness of the African culture, and at the same time be part of transforming it. And part of transforming it is our work around safe spaces for girls and boys. I think it's one area that we can reclaim strongly, our African culture. I know that my time is running out, so I just want to speak a bit around GMAC and lobbying and influencing. As the Gender is My Agenda campaign, we are a partner with Plan International. We bring together over 55 organizations. Our role is to influence the African Union agenda. When we talk about influencing, it's either you are giving advice, or you are giving new thinking, or you are questioning what is not happening well, which needs to happen. And within the Gender is My Agenda campaign, we meet on the margins of the AU summits. We also have a GMAC Youth Network, which essentially a plan together with Rosaria Memorial Trust, YWCA, Farway. We're part of nurturing, and now it's institutionalized. It brings together young people.
I think we've lost Madam Nyarazai, right? Oh, yes. Are you back? You need to unmute yourself, Madam Nyarazai. Madam Nyaraze, you need to unmute yourself. Go ahead.
Okay, sorry. Important that we continue to get young people in the GMAT Youth Network and the various ways. Is that this is an important part of the work ambassador on. We've just concluded the third African EMA. I hope that the outcome of that meeting for upward in terms of understanding the gender issues, but also following up, but also implementation within our
I think we are having challenges.
I know that we had
we lost
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, we lost you for the last, I think, 5 minutes or so. You have been
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Okay, so since time is running out, I would like to request moderator if there's 1 or 2 comments, and then you close the session.
I don't have on the comments, just people answering your question. But I'm going to ask per country if you guys, there's someone.
Dr. Nara.
So if you have 1 person per country to comment or ask a question to Dr. Nyaraze. 1 person, Tanzania. Do you have a question? Malawi, Zimbabwe, Zambia, Mozambique.
I'm Bronze Intengo.
Yes.
The comment presentation maziwa kumene timasiyanisira maufulu on mechanism ya human rights on African Union. Now, many things zile mapati African Union ma generation osatatu mene sana tele kuno wetu mene ishini maziwa many my generation to African Union anagawia. Kwa presentation ya leo ni nao ni Madam Nyaraze that ziwa Zambia. And that ziwa so many share marriage into more Africa because of poverty and discrimination and so many. Thanks.
So let me try to translate with my very bad Chichewa. What she said is before this workshop, she did not understand, she did not know the work of the African Union and what the 3 generations. And now she understands the work of the African Union and the fact that child marriage is a result of poverty and culture. I think I've done justice to that translation, right? The Malawians in the room, right?
Good job.
Thank you. I still remember my chair. Okay, Tanzania. Kuna swali ama unataka kuongeza kitu?
Yes, we have one youth here with just a recommendation.
Okay, go ahead.
So this is Frank speaking from Tanzania. So on behalf of my fellow youth here, we are glad that we have heard about GMAC and everything about gender equality. So we're looking ahead to have more explanation on how AU works with the country in this respective country to advocate for the rights. For instance, here in Tanzania, I was trying to look. For instance, here we are currently advocating for to have some amendments in law of marriage, and I was curious to understand on how AU is really integrating to power the efforts on ending child marriage, so advocating for the changing of law of marriage. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Tanzania. Madam, Dr. Nyiraza, you had the question. How is GMAC working towards that initiative? Okay, Zimbabwe. I don't speak Shona, so please, we'll have someone to translate. Zimbabwe? Question, comment? Zim? Okay, you are muted, so we can't hear you.
Okay, we have no questions for now.
Okay, thank you so much, Zim. Zambia?
We have someone wanting to, she's just walking to the mic. You want to stand camera this one? Oh, you can stand on that.
Hi, everyone. My name is Doris Kondwani Kachali from Zambia. I just want to give a comment on the presentation that Dr. Nyiradzai had given to us recently. First and foremost, I would want to thank Dr. Nyiradzai for being with us throughout the project and just educating us about some of the things that we girls are facing, as well as how to overcome these challenges that we are facing. Before I had come through this project and participated in this one, I barely knew the impact that I had when it came to Nanga concept and how we can help girls ensure that they are participating effectively. And one thing that I would want to thank Dr. Nyiradzai for the presentation that she has made today is that policies are very important. And thank you very much for coming out with such a contribution, considering policies and how best we can use them to influence some of the harmful practices that are happening in our countries. So this is just the contribution that I wanted to make, because last time we were talking about social accountability and how best we can just use the policies that are put in place to ensure that girls can thrive, decide, and lead as well. Thank you very much, Dr. Nyiradzai.
Okay, thank you so much, Zambia. Mozambique? Mozambique? Mozambique.
Sim, eu só vou comentar um pouco daquilo que foi abordado. Antes de tudo, eu gostaria de dizer que estamos todos nós nessa coligação para o combate das uniões prematuras. E já é sabido que todos estamos nessa coligação para combater como devem ser as uniões prematuras. E sem auxílio de outros países, podemos ter que nada dará certo. Mas com auxílio de outros países, será possível combater como deve ser essa preocupação. É dali que advém a União Africana. E sabemos que a União Africana é um conjunto de Estados e estamos nessa união e a União Africana, assim dizer-se, estabelece os direitos humanos. A União Africana tem um mecanismo para regular os direitos da mulher. E neste caso, dizendo que todo direito, e temos direito da paz e segurança, e juntos na coligação e na erradicação das uniões prematuras. Agradecer também pela a oportunidade que eu tive para participar nessas sessões, para poder compartilhar nossas ideias uns dos outros, porque é na base dessa coligação que a gente compartilha as opiniões, como trabalhamos em outros países para podermos ter mais ideias de como combater essa preocupação. É muito bom que nós, como jovens, adolescentes, tenhamos aquela capacidade de capacitar mais outros jovens para podermos estar nessa coligação juntos e melhor combater as uniões prematuras. E também lutar contra a desigualdade do gênero. Mas também gostaria de ver em uma ótica, tipo, se pudéssemos ter um local específico, um local proprietário para podermos, tipo, fazer aquilo que é a conversa, tipo, falarmos com os jovens, tipo, por exemplo, uma menina tem 8 anos de idade, ou qualquer jovem tem 8 anos de idade, ir lá naquele local para poder obter toda a informação sobre a sua saúde, sobre a razão de ela estar nesse mundo vivendo. Muito obrigado.
Obrigado. The translation, please.
Okay. So beforehand, he said that this is a very important meeting for the youth to come together and discuss issues regarding early marriage and the support that this meeting provides for each country to share their experience is very significant in the combat against the early marriage, because without support from each other's country, the work to combat against the early marriage would be difficult to pursue successfully. Added to that, he also praised the effort that the EU, the work that the EU is doing, basically the member states, with the emphasis on the African Charter to Human Rights, and also emphasize the rights on peace and security. And he thanks a lot to be part of this meeting because this creates a right platform for sharing experience. And it would be good for the youth, for example, if they could work together and also create safe space whereby children can access information on SHR. We've got one more youth who would like to participate.
Okay, go ahead. Thank you.
Eu queria acrescentar mais ou menos no que o colega ali estava a falar. Na verdade, a questão de combater as uniões prematuras é algo que deve ser de preocupação de todos nós, jovens, assim como dos próprios pais. Acompanhei nas apresentações anteriores aqui de alguns países que falavam de frequentar muito a questão cultural como um meio de limitação da rapariga para contribuir. Então, essas limitações que provêm por meio da cultura, elas estão em todos os cantos e tudo que nós precisamos fazer é lutarmos e elaborarmos formas, ou seja, desenvolver estratégias para eliminarmos aquilo que são as limitações e tentarmos trazer uma nova página das nossas comunidades, das nossas raparigas, porque até hoje, em certas zonas, na verdade, raparigas são oprimidas, elas se sentem como se não tivessem palavra no meio da sociedade. Nas reuniões são dadas mais oportunidades os homens do que as próprias raparigas. Porém, a questão também de desigualdade de gênero são questões que precisamos continuamente assim cativar para que possamos alcançar um resultado sustentável, um resultado agradável daquilo que são as nossas expectativas. Porque não é fácil, mas se nós juntos lutarmos, alcançaremos a expectativa que nós desenhamos, porque é como um projeto que tem as suas expectativas. Então, juntos vamos trabalhar, é isso que eu quero dizer, vamos trabalhar mesmo, e creio que das próximas vezes poderemos ver que valeu a pena tentar. A cultura pode mudar se lutarmos de forma resistente e insistente. E obrigado.
Obrigado. Translation, please.
Okay, so he was adding on to what the previous youth commented on. So he said that the question of fighting against the early marriage is a very important issue, and that means all youth should be part of this work, but not only youth, but also parents should be involved in this work. And during the sharing that some countries have held shortly when they were given word towards the issue of the girls' participation, it was emphasized that girls are limited to participate due to cultural aspects. And this is a common problem around all countries, and only by joining efforts together, this problem can be addressed and strategies can be developed to overcome such problems. So it's time for the new dawn for all countries to commit and come together and make sure that they fight against this problem. It is true that girls still feel that they have no voice, they are not given voice for them to share their opinion, for example, when there are meetings, but this should be changed. So fighting gender inequality, it should be placed in first position. It is true that it's not easy to do this work alone. So by joining effort together, we can. So in short, this is what the youth had to share. We've got one more to go. I don't know.
I'm concerned about time and eating into the next session, Madam Moderator. Unless if you also
because she's the only one, she's the last one. All the other countries have done. So I think we can go with her last.
All right.
Não há justificativa para a união prematura, mas podemos dizer que aqui em Moçambique o que mais leva à união prematura é a pobreza extrema. Então, se fossem criados planos para o alívio da pobreza extrema, acredito eu que a união prematura reduziria. Por exemplo, para aquelas famílias que dependem somente da agricultura, as outras organizações ajudassem em outros planos. É isso.
Okay, so in short, the young lady has said that there's no justification for early marriages. So this is something that should not be justified. And what she sees that in Mozambique, the reason for early marriage are at the rates of poverty in Mozambique. So if there could be programs that would be tackling very specifically those families who are experiencing poverty levels, around the communities. This would help in mitigating the problem of early marriage. And that's all for Mozambique.
Thank you so much, Mozambique. So Dr. Nyaradzai, for your reaction.
Thank you. Thank you so much. What an amazing, amazing session, range of comments and questions. This is a 2-day program, and I'm sure we'll come back to some of these issues during the course of the 2 days. I'm also going to be joining you tomorrow, and so if there are any outstanding issues, I will come back to you. I want to appreciate Tanzania. I read recently that the government has now introduced the re-entry policy for education for girls who experience child marriage. We know the policy under former President Magufuli was very restrictive. So congratulations for all the advocacy work. Amazing contributions from all the countries. And I also liked the last presenter, the last contribution by the young leader from Mozambique. Mozambique is very strong. I can feel and see. Congratulations. So thank you for having me to come and share with you both in my capacity, especially in my capacity as GMAC Lead of the Year on Culture. And I think we really touch the issues around culture very strongly, and also on my mandate as the AU Goodwill Ambassador. I continue to appreciate the collaboration and the partnership with Plan. Amazing facilitation there, and thank you so much for the hosts and all the facilitators. Have a wonderful, wonderful day, and wish you the best for the rest of the program.
Thank you so much, Madam Nyaradzai. Guys, we are young people. We have to stand up. Can you imagine? She just came from the hospital and she has just thought, I need to hang out with young people, I need to get my energy back from young people. So we are going to give her a clap, okay? Anybody, any country wants to volunteer to lead the clap? Any country? Any country wants to volunteer? Yes, I can see Mozambique, they've lifted their hand. Okay, Mozambique, let's all unmute, and Mozambique is going to lead us in appreciating Dr. Nyaradzai. Okay, let's do it once more. So everybody, did you see what Mozambique they did? Mozambique, do it one more time so that the rest of the countries can see. Okay. Okay, one more time. But now let's put it gusto, like energy, guys. You are seated down. Zimbabwe, you're breaking my heart. Let's stand up. Wow. Okay. Hey. Thank you so much for that. So I know we are tired. We've been sitting here from 9 o'clock. We are hungry. So we're going to take a 15-minute break, but there's an assignment. So ask your facilitator for each country what you need. You're going to do charades. As soon as we come back, we're going to do a small activity to jog our memory on what we have learned today. So you ask your facilitator what you're going to do. You're the word for your charade. So ask your facilitator. In Zimbabwe, you ask
Precious.
What's her name for Zimbabwe? They ask
Precious.
Haitians. In Zambia, they ask Lynn. In Malawi, who are they asking?
Malawi, Kisa.
Kisa, and then in Octavia for Mozambique, and
Yes.
then Tanzania is
Helen.
Helen. So you ask what name for your charade is. I hope I am assuming you guys are young people. You know what charades are. So we are going to have charades immediately after break, and you're going to take, for those guys who have tea, you have tea break. I can see most of you have tea. You go to go get tea, and let's meet at 11 in 15 minutes. That's what. 11:40. Okay, let's meet at 11:40 and 12:40 for those ones in Eastern Africa. Thank you. you can mute now. And I want to see people who are back. And you know, one thing we didn't do in this meeting, we did not come up with rules. We didn't come up with rules, so we don't have rules. Like if you come in late as a country, you'll have to dance for us a folk song, okay, in your language, a children folk song, okay, if you come in late. So I want to see all cameras on and you see which country has not come back. I see, I'm guessing this is Malawi, or is it Zambia? That's Zambia. I see Malawi, only one person. Okay, I see full house, okay. Mozambique, only one person. Tanzania, full house. Zambia people.
Zambia is here.
Okay,
you see us?
I want to see camera on.
Sorry, we're turning it on. We were here first.
Really? Really? Zambia people, I don't think you're there. You're still mobilizing people to join back.
The video is on. Can you see it?
No, the video
Let me
is
turn
not.
on mine. Here
And
they
then
are.
here it's labeled as Eric Mariango.
Here they are.
It's labeled as Eric Mariango.
Oh, it's not the Zambia one here. Okay, I see Zambia and I can't see Zambia. Okay, welcome back, my people. So I gave you a small activity for you to do over tea, and I want to see if the facilitator saw my messages. Did you see my messages for the charade? Did you?
Checking now.
Wow, Lynn. I sent it in the Zambia. I copied Zambia, the person who has Zambia. So I was just taking the country. But I think I also sent you to your personal WhatsApp.
You send it for Malawi. Could you send it to Faith? Is that possible?
I sent to your, just check your chat. Just check the chat for Malawi, private chat. I sent you on private chat for on Zoom.
Oh, okay, thanks.
Okay, I don't know if we have time to do this. Miss Salam, or can we practice over lunch and then we can do it after lunch so that Salam can come and do it. But let's all stand up. Let's all stand up. Let's all stand up. Let's all stand up. I'm missing a country. Country is missing. Zimbabwe. Yeah, Zim. Mayo. You guys have not even joined in. Wow, guys. You're the one who are going to help us to dance now. You're just coming. I've seen all of you just streaming in. You're going to help us to dance. So stand up and just come and help us to dance. You need to come up with a song to help us dance. Zimbabwe. Zim. Okay, let's all stand up. Zimbabwe is going to help us to start to do some dancing. Let's all stand up. Malawi is so ready. Zim, we can't hear you. Zim, we can any type of song as long as all of us are going to dance. Tanzania, Malawi, Malawi. Thank you so much, Malawi. Mozambique. 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 Mozambique.
Yeah,
We can't hear your song. We can't hear your song, Mozambique. Mozambique, Zambia. Zambia. You are muted. Only we can't hear the sound. We can see the movement. We can't hear. We can see you guys dancing. We can't hear you. Zambia. Yes, you want to participate also. Oh. We can't hear you guys. Okay, Zambia, So you guys are having fun. We can see that. Can we all clap? Thank you so much. And let's all sit down. And thank you so much. So next is Madam Selam Abra from Plan.
Can you hear us?
Now, we can hear you, Lynn, but we can't hear the rest of Zambia.
Oh, okay.
Let's all sit down. You're going to have much more fun. This is an interactive workshop. It's not us talking, it's all of us talking together. So Selam, to give us some information. Come on, Selam.
Thank you, Jenny, and thank you, everyone. Like, we have learned a lot of moves from the dance that you have shown us. So it's 21 all over again. Thank you for the very vibrant team that we have here. And we really hope that will make our intervention as vibrant as you, the young people present here. I know, like, some of the discussions, some of the presentations, or the different words might bore you in the middle, but let's try to make it as fun, as interactive as possible. So my name is Selam Abra. I work at the Plan International African Union Liaison Office. So as I've tried to explain in the beginning, like, we do a lot of advocacy and lobbying at the AU level. So it's good that Dr. Nyaranzai said the tone in terms of explaining some of the things that we need to understand, and also that we need to take on board when we engage with the AU, do advocacy with the AU, and different aspects. So each country is present here, and also the youths that are present here. I'm definitely sure that in one way or another you did advocacies. It can be at the household level, it can be at the national level, regional level, or at different levels. So we'll be going through some presentations now. So we're going to make it very interactive. So I will open the floor in the middle for you to also give us your experience in terms of advocacy and lobbying, and also we'll be trying to share some of the do's and don'ts, some of the techniques that we use at Plan International. Not only Plan International, but there are also different international organizations doing advocacy and lobbying towards the AU, towards the UN, towards the other multilateral institutions. So we'll try to link it with the experience that we have, and also try to give some general background about the AU, where the decisions made, what are the steps taken, and also the different mechanisms that have been put on board, so that it enables us to do our advocacy. When we say advocacy, of course, there are certain things that we want to achieve. So depending on those certain things that we want to achieve, it also gives us leverage on how we advocate, how we do lobbying, how we interact with decision makers, how we communicate, and so on. So I will be giving you a bit of a background just to kick off our discussion. Then I'll leave the floor to you to give us also your experience. So it's not going to be a one-way presentation, but it will be an interactive session where we hear from you, and also we'll be able to give you also an example on how we did things at a level, on how we as Plan International did some sort of advocacy. So it's going to be an experience sharing session, and hope that you'll get some experience going forward, because as I've tried to mention, all of you present did an advocacy in one way or another. but it will also be good or an additional knowledge for us to kick off some processes that we have put on hold for some time. So we'll be giving a bit of a background on what we mean by advocacy in terms of like in general sense. Then we'll move on to some of the steps that we need to take on when we do advocacy at the AU level. Because when we say, I know, like even since the start of this workshop, we have been saying the African Union, the African Union. So we've tried to kind of dismantle what this AU animal is and what leaders, heads of state do when they come to the AU sessions, when we say like this and this are advocating towards the AU, and also try to see some experiences that we can take home and share as well with your friends, with your peer, and also with stakeholders in general. So first, I think it would be good to start by defining also what advocacy means, because we say advocacy, advocating this, advocating that, advocating towards this, advocating this decision maker, and so on. So to start is like what is advocacy? Like why do we do advocacy? What's the purpose of advocacy? And at times we often mix and interlink different words, I would say, like, or NGO jargon words, like advocacy, lobbying, campaigning. So we feel like it means the one and the same, but we try to focus more on what we mean by advocacy, because we believe that it has different components within it, like it has communication component, it has influencing component, it has campaigning component. So we try to look into the advocacy component, then try to open the floor also for you to think through some of the things that you think fits into the advocacy component. So when we say advocacy, like a lot of things come into our mind. Of course, to start with, it should be an action. An action, it doesn't have to be like a physical action, but it's an action which seeks to influence policies and practice. So when you see these words, so one, there is an action component, then there is the influencing component, then what are we influencing on? So we are influencing policies and practices that we want to change. And if you see in the second line, of course, like policies, practices, they are developed by men, by people. They are adopted by people. So there are people, like key people, or what we call generally decision makers, that we can target, right? So it's also has a component of persuading these key people who can make a difference in supporting the influence that we want to make in terms of policy change, in terms of change in practice, and also some other components. So it has an activity element. So there is an activity element, but at the same time, there is an influencing element. So when we do activities, when we speak, when we communicate, when we meet a decision maker or key person, let's say from the AU, there is the communication aspect, there is the action aspect. When we say action, it can be a conference, workshop, bringing in people to meet and come up with the outcome documents, recommendation, and so on. So that's the whole activity line that we think of when we say advocacy in general. So the whole point of this advocacy component is, of course, to change something, to change policy. It can be policy, practices, laws, anything. So there is a component of change that we want to see. So if you see this slide, for instance, like there is a change component that we want to see. So when we do any advocacy, of course, we are targeting that change. There is a change that we want to see. As I've tried to explain, it can be in terms of policies, it can be in terms of practices, and also it can be in terms of laws that we want to change. Okay, so there is a change component that we want to address, and we also need to plan. Advocacy, when we do advocacy, there is a certain amount of time that we need to dedicate to planning. Because when we think of an advocacy, we think of the outcome that we want to achieve, or the objective that we want to reach, right? So when we think of an objective that we want to reach, we have to have like a planning stage that should come in before. So it can be, for instance, okay, I want to do an advocacy towards changing the laws in regards to, let's say, marriage of age in Tanzania, which was, I think, a successful advocacy that also Dr. Nyaranza mentioned on return to school of teenage pregnant. So think of that scenario, like what kind of advocacy has been put in place. Girls were out of school because they are pregnant, so that's the cause that we took to start our advocacy. Then we want to bring back girls to school, so that's the objective that we want to achieve. So how do we do that? We need to have like a planned strategy, like who are the stakeholders? Who are the key influencers? Who are the people at the government offices? Let's say in Tanzania, it can be Ministry of Education, it can be the Vice President, it can be the President, it can be different ministries that are involved in this process. So at the same time, we also need to come up with a strategy on how we do those kind of advocacies. So these are some of the things that we need to consider. We need to have a change that we want to create in mind. So what do we want to change? We need to plan the strategy, and we also need to have clear objective of what we want to achieve. So this is in general what we mean by advocacy. So it has a component of changing policies and practices. It has component of like political strategy or achieving change. We want to achieve change. It has component of creating awareness. Of course, change might not come right quickly, but at the same time, it creates awareness. Like, what do we want to change? So throughout the process, we reach different society, we reach different communities. So in the process, we are also creating awareness when we do advocacy. And also it has some aspects of strategic framework, as I've tried to mention, like the planning stage. It can have a budget implication. It can have a different stage. Who are our allies? How do we do this advocacy together with my friends? Together with the youth movement, together with the girls movement. So those kind of strategies needs to be also taken on board. Okay, so if we have this background information, so I'm going to open the floor to you. So I'm going to invite one person from each country to give us your experience. It doesn't have to be at the AU level. It's based on what I've just shared, like to give us your experience, like, and also tell us like what does advocacy mean for you. So I've tried to explain my bit of like what advocacy means for me, for the organization that we work with, and also in general. But for you personally, what does advocacy mean for you? You can tell us also in line with any experience that you have. It can be at the household level, it can be at school, it can be at the workplace, it can be It can be with friends as well, with your friends. So I'm going to open the floor to the countries to give us your experience. So I'm going to start with Tanzania. If we have one person to give us your experience in terms of the advocacy that you did, or what do you mean by advocacy? What does advocacy mean for you? So Tanzania is, do we have one person from Tanzania? Helen? Or if Tanzania is not ready, we can also move to Zambia. Lynn, if you are, if there's anyone ready to share an experience.
I think we are ready. You ready? Or you need a few minutes? Yeah.
I mean, is it not a presentation?
Oh, that one.
Oh, okay. I think we need a few seconds. You can move to another country.
Zimbabwe, are you ready? Just something from the back of your mind. It doesn't have to be clear advocacy strategy, but something that you think what advocacy is, how you go about your experience. It can be, it can be anything. Octavia, Mozambique, any country ready. Zimbabwe, Malawi. I can see Mozambique as they are joining and talking. Tanzania? Oh, Zim is ready, I think. Zimbabwe?
Bom, pelo que eu entendi da advocacia, é a atividade que propicia a defesa de interesses de pessoas envolvidas em conflitos sociais e destaca-se mais as uniões prematuras e promoção dos direitos das raparigas envolvidas em uniões prematuras. Nós usamos dessa advocacia, não é, para a realização da mudança, a planificação das nossas atividades com o objetivo de colher resultados frutíferos acerca da nossa causa, esta que é a luta das uniões prematuras e desenvolver estratégias para aqui em Moçambique. Obrigada.
Thank you, Mozambique. Thank you for sharing your experience. Malawi, please proceed.
Does Mozambique have translation?
Yes. For the youth that has just shared her opinion right now, she said that when we talk about advocacy, we're thinking on a number of actions that can be taken in order to defend people's interests. Can be a situation of people who are in social conflicts. For example, we can do lots of activities, for example, to rescue girls who are in early marriage. And in this case, we'll be implementing change. And this means we need to develop a number of strategies that can help to promote the rights. And that's all.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the interpretation as well. So moving on, we'll give the floor to Malawi, then Tanzania. Malawi, please proceed.
My name is Ben Asubi. On advocacy, we had an advocacy for SHRS discrimination. In the past years, before this project formed, we as the young Malawian were sidelined by the chief and other stakeholders on the various issues. We are not allowed to participate when there is a need. It was a bad attitude at that time. We could not go anywhere until we have empowered by Plan International here in Malawi to stand up, advocate, and fight for a change. You can agree with me and in my fellow young from here in Malawi. You can agree with me what I've observed that we cannot change the marriage, marriage, but changing direction, child marriage is wake up and needed. We want, and we are changing or even having this setback, child marriage, practically, not theoretical, as long as we are at this, but though there's a chief's stakeholders support, it's wake up and effective. Good. We are on our way on journey. We don't fear because we have a passion as well as objective. We welcome it while looking forward to achieve what we want. We are newborn baby ending child marriage, accessing to SHRAC, and so on and so forth. As of now, we are full of course passion and optimism because we are filled with the inspiration harvested from our action plan made in April this year. So since ago, without a plan is a wish. So our class now is working because at that time we are not allowed to participate, especially the stakeholders, the chiefs were I think as useless people. So as of now, we are willing to stand for a change. That's so.
Thank you very much, Malawi, and also all the input that you have given us.
Yeah, I just want to add one thing that I explained when I'm going to explain that. And for the only people who ask
Malawi, we couldn't hear you clearly.
No. Okay.
Can you perhaps move to the mic?
Okay. Ukiangalia mwanzo Mungu kilimo organization mbili ameni ama nizina kwa mbili asiga. So ikifuata antu masociety kwa kutambisha mambo ya mara akaenda kugira na manjani kwa Mungu mwanzo bomba kutesa wananchi wa sasa enda kwa kusambesha bona na bila bomba ngoja ndani ngoja asiga. Wani akani jamu akuna motivo wani kufanya jamaa wazisha kuzisa kwa Mungu. Por exemplo, porque se alguma atividade do apoio do pai e o pai não está lá como animal aí. E eu não para cá depois chegar muito, eu vou dizer uma coisa como a mesma história a gente não vê se vai ter uma mas ele nem mamãe vai saber assim cara. Tudo isso não vê se sabe de que já se fez bem não pode.
Thank you very much, Malawi, and also the key points that you have raised in terms of advocacy on SRHR, ending child marriage. We had a bit of difficulty in hearing the second person speaking, So maybe you can also write it on the chat so that it's clear for everyone. Thank you, Malawi team. Tanzania?
May you have a transition on that?
Tanzania, if you can come closer also to the mic, please. Oh, okay.
Kwangu mimi utetezi ni baada ya kuona tatizo fulani kuna jamii na unaamua kuchukua hatua kuweza kutafuta mbinu tofauti ya kuweza kulibadilisha lile tatizo kutoka kwenye tatizo lakini kuwa katika hali nzuri katika jamii. Kwenye upande wa experience kwangu mimi ni kufanya tunatumia njia za vikundi vya wazazi kuhusiana na malezi chanya kwa watoto kwa kuvunja ukimya kwa watoto wao juu ya swala zima mimba la utotoni kwamba ukifanya hivi utapata hivi. Bila kuona aibu ili mtoto wa kike aweze kujua mapema kutoka kwenye ngazi ya familia. Tunaamini mtoto sawa anaweza kumsikiliza mwalimu au mwanajamii mwingine, lakini mtoto wa kike anamwamini zaidi mzazi. Kwa hiyo tunafanya advocacy kwa upande wa wazazi waweze kuelimisha watoto wao wenyewe kuvunja ukimya kuhusiana na mimba za utotoni, lakini pia vile vile tunatumia club za mashuleni ambapo tuna miradi ya sifa njema kwa watoto waweze kukuza sifa njema ili kuwasaidia wao wenyewe kuweza kujikinga na mimba za utotoni, lakini pia nafasi ya kujitambua.
Okay. From one of the youth organizations in Tanzania, the girl that is called Aggie, she said, for her, advocacy happens when there is a problem and one needs to address the problem. That is what she understands to be advocacy. But then back in the organizations, they have been doing two things to advocate on the issues of ending child marriage. The first thing is they have created parenting groups that discuss about the whole issue of opening up to children to speak about the issues of child marriage, as in what's the problem of child marriages, what are the effects of child marriage, and what happens if a girl is sent to school. But then on the other hand, they turn back to children and teach them on good characteristics on using Virtuals program. This is a program in which students are equipped with good characters using the thing called Virtuals. So that is her advocacy experience, and in general, that is what advocacy means to her.
Thank you very much, Team Tanzania, for your wonderful intervention. So we move to Zimbabwe.
Okay, thank you very much. Advocacy to me simply means it's a way of expressing and creating social change in the society, being the game changers of the society, and fighting for the people for what they're facing, especially the girl child and the young women in the society who are most vulnerable. So when we speak of advocacy, the main aim of advocacy is voicing for the voiceless, those who cannot speak for themselves. So we are there to lead them, we are there to guide them so that their voices are heard, right? And then we speak for them, to the responsible stakeholders and authorities who can actually help us to empower them to become better people in the society. So my experience in advocacy was as a young junior member of parliament. So I I used to go for meetings with traditional healers. There's this meeting we hosted known as the Indaba meeting, whereby we would discuss issues of child marriages and teen pregnancies, and there was the observance and the realignment of laws that govern child marriages and early teen pregnancies. And we got to actually achieve some of these things. And then my other experience was through media advocacy, whereby we had a radio show called Young and Amazing, whereby we would talk about child marriages, we would talk about teenage pregnancies, and some people would actually come through and ask for help, and would actually link them up to the responsible authorities who can actually help them. And a lot of people benefited from this. A lot of youngsters and teenagers benefited from media advocacy. So I think this experience was a very good one, and I just hope that we get to have a better development in trying to advocate on behalf of the vulnerable. Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear. I also like the point that you have raised, is being a voice to those who don't have voice or who cannot have access to say those things. So well done also on your advocacy that you did. Zambia?
We're here.
Zambia.
Can you hear us?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hold on.
Hi, it's Doris again. Just responding to the questions that were asked. For me, advocacy involves influencing change or causing change with a certain message that you have to share to the general public. And coming to the second question that was asked when it comes to my experience. As for me, throughout the years that I've been doing advocacy, it has been a very great experience for me, as I have had an opportunity to be part of certain dialogues where key stakeholders, as well as the young girls, have taken part in. Some of them might include the ICPDU Summit and some of the dialogues that we have had throughout this entire project with Plan International and the Champions of Change as well. This is something that enabled me to get other views and opinions about the objectives that we have under this project, as well as come up with one solid thing that we can say we are going to achieve at the end of the day. And something that I have experienced, again, during these dialogues and throughout my advocacy, is that I am able to get stories from other people's experiences, as well as the young girls, all through the media. I myself, as I speak, I am a radio presenter and I do my advocacy on the radio. And that enables me to get responses from people that are listening to the radio station and allow me to continue following up on such responses that I get, as well as learn one or two things from the people that are listening when they give their opinions and views as well. Not only that, but the media as well as has also served a very great experience. I've gone through such a very great experience when it comes to advocacy on media, because I have learned different cultures and how other people are affected by the negative cultural norms that are existing in their countries, and how we can be able to join hands and help each other in achieving a better world. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your wonderful intervention. I really like your idea, specifically on how you use the media as well. As a radio presenter, like how we use the available communication means to do our advocacy. So thank you very much for your intervention.
We have one more. Sorry, we have one more.
Okay.
Hi,
That's from
everyone.
Zambia. Yes. Yes, please go ahead.
My name is Abesa Bonkis from Zambia. First of all, define advocates. Advocates is speaking truth to power. Then our advocacy experience here in Zambia as Champion of Change, we indulge community leaders whenever we are having the community meeting, advocacy meetings, because what's the instance of indulging community leaders, because them that have got power to influence or to change the harmful practices, which is found in the various communities. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your intervention. I also like the quote, like speaking to power. This is what advocacy means. Thank you all for your intervention. So we move on to the next process. So I can see that we have a lot of advocates in the room. So it's not going to be a new thing for everyone, because from what I've heard from few of you, I know like if we had time and if we can hear from all of you, we would have heard like a lot of stories. But given the time that we have for today, I can see and also hear that we have a lot of advocates in the room. So we try to move into the presentation as quickly as possible. Okay, so yeah, so this is to say something on the steps that we follow. I think many of you have mentioned it, and also I've tried to mention it at the beginning. Like we start with the aim, with the advocacy aim, like what are we advocating for in terms of problem identification? So what problem exists? And once we identify the problem, then who is the right person that we need to advocate for? Like we need to kind of make a power analysis, like where the power lays, because from Zambia, my colleague, he mentioned that it's speaking to power. So where is that power lying? So we need to identify that one. So after we do that, like it doesn't have to follow the specific processes and steps, but something that we need to consider here and there, okay? Okay, so we all know that teamwork is good. So rather than doing this advocacy alone, we need to build on allies and coalition. So it's better that we do it, for instance, if I do it with Jenny or Lynn or Meti, rather than me speaking alone. So it's something that we also need to consider, who are our allies that have the same interest in advocating this. Then comes the messaging. Of course, even though we identify the problem, we need to also ensure that we package the message in a way that attracts the power holders. So we also reframe some of the aspects of the message. For instance, if we are advocating towards someone who's very active on Twitter, let's say, or on Facebook, then we try to package our message in a way that can be transmitted to that person on Facebook, on WhatsApp, or other means. So the power holder and how we package the message also have a very important aspect. Then comes the approach, strategy, and action plan. So all those processes come in between the processes when we say advocacy. So these are the questions that we need to ask for ourselves, like what do we want? How can we make it happen? What do we need to hear? Who do we need to hear it from? How can we make sure that they hear it? Like the means that we use. What do we have? Resource in terms of resource availability and so on. What do we need? So if there is a gap in between, then where do we begin to take action and also assess how it's going? So these are overall the processes. So these are some of the things that I've mentioned, like it has component of lobbying, it has component of campaigning, and also it has other components of communication and using different means. So with the group of views that are present, I'm sure you are familiar with these icons. We have Facebook, Yahoo, Skype, Pinterest, YouTube, Twitter, and also some other sites that I'm not even aware of. But we also use, as we are in the stage of social media, as we are in the stage of using different platforms to reach our audience, to reach the power holders. So we also ensure that we use different means, different social media means based on our interests, based on the availability, based on where those people are. For instance, if we are advocating for, let's say, the AU commissioner, so just assess where the AU commissioner is very much present. So, for instance, from our assessment, we see that he's very much present on Twitter. So why not use Twitter in order to reach him? You can tag him. So those kind of means, rather like not only using the conventional means of writing letters, developing policy brief, developing messages, sending emails, but also try to explore different means of reaching that person. Okay, so we've been mentioning different things about the AU, advocacy at the AU. What do we mean by the African Union? Where do we start? And a lot of other things. So this is the logo of the African Union. So if you see the logo of the African Union to start with, we have the map of Africa in the middle. And what you see, the stars like that surrounds the map of Africa is there are 55 stars representing the member states. So when we say AU, it's not, it's like, how do you call, a body without a flesh, okay? So in order to activate it, like it's based on what member states are doing. So the AU is as an institution. It comprises of 55 member states from all members of Africa. Like we have the recently joining Morocco, but before that it was 54. So with Morocco joining, so we have all the countries in Africa who are member states of the African Union. So the stars, the yellow stars represent those countries. So when we say AU, we are talking about indirectly the member states of the African Union. So it was established as the African Union in 2001, but before that we had the Organization of the African Unity based on principles of Pan-Africanism and also also Africa integration. So it dates back to 1963 when the Organization of the African Unity was established, but throughout the process and also the aim that this organization needs to achieve, it has transformed itself to becoming the African Union, which was established in 2002 in South Africa, with its own constitutive act, establishing a proclamation and so on. So from what we have in the African Union documents, so the vision of the African Union is to have an integrated, prosperous Africa driven by its own citizens and representing a dynamic force in the globe. So when we say driven by its own citizens, so it's us, it's you that are representing the African Union and also representing the countries that you came from in the global arena. So this is the basic vision of the African Union. So I'll try to link it with the advocacy component. The reason that I am mentioning these organs is because as I've tried to mention, we need to aim who we want to advocate for. We need to aim to whom that we want to advocate for, and we also need to aim where are the targets. So we have different organs when we say within the African Union. I think Dr. Narenza also mentioned briefly earlier. So we don't need to mix the African Union and the African Union Commission. So when we say the African Union, it's the union, it's the institution that comprises of the 55 member states. But when we say the African Union Commission, it's the commission that's based in Addis. The secretariat that's doing the legwork, like I would say like the engine in the car of the African Union. So they do the day-to-day implementation, they follow up decisions, they follow up
Hey, Selam, are you there? Selam? Selam? I think we've lost Selam. As she tries to log in back, I think we can start reflecting on the session so far. So I just want to see, let me see. So we need to see, so I can see Zimbabwe, your hand is up. Any reflection, Zim? I can see your hand is up. Your hand has just gone down. You guys want me to talk by myself?
Hi, Danny.
Oh, you're back? Selam, are you back?
Recording in progress.
You're back, Selam.
Sorry. Hi, I'm back. Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, there was a power interruption in the office, so I have to, stop in the middle, but I think now you can hear me. So I was trying to explain there are different organs within the African Union, different structures, different layers of decision making. So we have the Assembly, the Executive Council, the Specialized Technical Committees, the Peace and Security Council, the African Union Commission is also an organ. We have the Pan-African Parliament, we have the ECOSOC, we have the Judicial and Human Rights Organ, which include the court in Arusha. Colleagues from Tanzania will also give us their opinion on their possible interaction with the court. We have the commission, the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, which is based in Banjul. We don't have participants from Banjul, the Gambia, but that's also one organ of the AU. We have also financial institutions like the African Development Bank and others. And we have regional economic committees. For instance, we have, since the participants here are from East and Southern Africa, we have the SADC, we have the ESC, and also we have the COMESA, we have IGAD, and all those regional economic communities. So these organs, they have their own role in terms of decision making, in terms of advocacy components. So when, for instance, as Plan International, when we say we do advocacy towards the African Union, we try to look into the entry points that we want to focus on, and also try to look into what are the processes that we need to take on. I will focus on 3 organs which I think are very important for our discussion, because I want to disentangle some of the aspects that we need to consider when we say the African Union. So there's the Assembly of the Union. So when we say the Assembly of the Union, this is the highest level of the AU authority. So it consists of heads of states, governments of the all 55 member states. So they meet twice a year during the AU summit. Now with the AU reform, they meet once a year, but in the coordination meeting, in the second meeting,
We've lost Selam again. So guys, we are going to reflect on what Selam has just done as she tries to log in back. So I'm guessing there's, because I can see most of the guys in the Aulo office have dropped off. Meti, I think we have Nathan and Zacharias, but I think Zacharias is joining by his phone, but I'm seeing most of the Aulo guys have dropped off. So let us just reflect on what Selam was presenting and what we as young people can be able to do, okay? How can we be able to, oh, you're back. Okay, go on, Selam. You are muted, Selam.
Okay, sorry everyone. There has been a power outage in our area, so it's coming on and off. So bear with us. I hope we will have a stable connection now because I have a backup from Meti as well. So hope it will be stable for now. So we have the assembly, which is the highest level of the AU authority. So whenever we do advocacy towards the AU, we think of like, okay, there are these 55 heads of states coming to the AU, coming to decide on certain aspects. It can be on ending child marriage, it can be on re-entry policy, on education, it can be on peace and security issues and everything. So you have on the back of your mind those heads of state that you want to influence, okay? Then we have, before the AU assembly meets, before heads of state meet, 1 or 2 days before, which is the second level of authority, meets the Council of Ministers. So Ministries of Education, usually it's Ministry of Foreign Affairs that comes to, and they have different components as a technical group, like technical group from the education, technical group from it can be agriculture, from youth ministries, and so on. So we have also Council of Foreign Affairs ministries coming before the heads of state meet. So they do all the technical aspects, they do all the in and outs of the decision that they want to bring on board to the heads of state. They coordinate, review different documents, policies, and also try to align their ways of working, because they are also representing countries. They are representing their countries that they are signed on. So they do all the analysis and present it to the assembly. So this is the second level of authority, but before that, we also have what we call the Permanent Representative Committee. So these are basically ambassadors representing different countries, but mainly they are based here in Addis. So you can also look into some resources to look at ambassador based in Addis, who's also liaising with the African Union. So it will be easier to identify that person and also try to advocate some aspects of the message to that person. So they also prepare the work for the Executive Council, for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. And these are like mainly ambassadors accredited to the AU. So basically they are ambassadors to Ethiopia, but also they have accredited power to the AU. So this is also the third level of authority. This is how at PLAN we use authorities in terms of our advocacy. So we go to the ambassador or the embassy, let's say in Zimbabwe, and try to have, like, for instance, an informal communication with them. We can also go to the embassy in Zambia and see the way in terms of, like, for instance, it can be combating on early marriage and young girls, and all the different scenarios that we want to address. So these slides that you see, I think it was in 2018 or 17, the AU came up with the championing countries who have done good in the different thematic areas. and they want to appreciate them and also give them kind of responsibility to advance that cause. So if you see, for instance, Republic of Zambia, they are champion in combating early child marriage. So we usually, when we do advocacy on ending child marriage, we usually work together with Zambia. It can be the embassy, it can be the ministries, it can be with the president. For instance, if you see in terms of youth, we have the Republic of Chad, and the AUC commissioner, Moussa Faki, is also from Chad. So there have been different work being done in terms of harnessing the demographic dividend and also investing in youth. There have been also a campaign that has been launched, which is called Reaching 1 Million Youth by 2021, which has been followed up also at the commissioner level, at the Moussa Faki level. And he has also been instrumental in coming up with the youth envoy, AU Youth Envoy. So we have one who left, Ayachebi, who left after 2 years of term. Now we have another one from Zimbabwe. I didn't get her name, but I think it was Chipomedi, or I might be wrong. So these are colleagues from Zimbabwe. You can also look into this person. Okay, we have someone who has been assigned as a AU Youth Envoy, who's also from Zimbabwe. So you have better leverage, better interaction with her in reaching her, and also in trying to communicate the different messaging through her office. So when we say advocacy, different issues come in mind. So we also need to take into consideration, okay, what's the way forward that we need to take, and also what are some of the aspects that we want to emphasize on. So these are champion states. I think for our conversation here, I can only see Zambia, and we don't have anyone from other countries. So most of them are from West Africa as well. But we also have from Ghana, which is champion on gender and development issues, which is also aligned with the works that we do on youth. Okay, so specifically, how does PLAN engage in both the EU and REC spaces? In addition to what we do, as I've tried to mention earlier, we also engage. I know engage is a very vague word that we also couldn't find, I don't know, a replacing word to substitute that, because it encompasses different engagement. Yes, here I'm also saying it again and again. It encompasses different kind of actions when we say engage. So when we say someone engage with the African Union, someone engage with the different technical committee meetings, it also means that we are either organizing a meeting, or we are having a coffee with that person informally. We are writing an email, or we met that person through an informal networks. Or it can be in a formal meetings, but we meet them in the corridors and try to greet them and tell them like start the conversation. Like, okay, there is this issue that we want to engage with you. It can be, for instance, this person. I'm working with the PLAN International. We are an organization working to advance the rights of children and specifically girls. And we are doing this meeting, and we will be happy if you can join us. We are also have this recommendation that you want to take up in your next meeting with the president, with the AU commissioners, and so on. So we try to engage in different means. Another one is participation. So we ensure that participation is at the core of our component. So when we say participation, it's not going to the meeting and also just hearing what they say, but also speaking up on behalf of the group or on behalf of the organization that we are representing. So we try to identify different peak moments, regional, continental, policy dialogue forums that we want to engage. So we ensure that we participate also in this meeting. We also work with others to promote different accountability mechanisms. So for instance, if you see here in Addis, we have, I think, around 16, 17 organizations working as a liaison office to the African Union. So we want, for instance, Plan International, based in Addis, we have a liaison office to the African Union. We have Save the Children, World Vision, African Child Policy Forum, Oxfam, ActionAid, different organizations working with the AU. So we try to create alliances, build alliances in our advocacy. We also support researchers because usually when we say we do advocacy, we also want to ensure
Selam, have you left again? We lost Selam again. So I'm going to, I don't know if you can see the slide I'm saying, but I just want to check with young people. So in your advocacy agenda, who else do you work with? You know, at the national level, at the district or a local level, at the community level, who else do you work with? I just want to hear from young people from across Southern and Eastern Africa. So I'm going to start with Zimbabwe. Who do you work with in your advocacy agenda? You've seen Plan, they work with different organizations, they work with young people. Who do you work with as young people? Zemzem, please tell Salem she's out. Zimbabwe, I'm waiting for you. Zim, Tanzania, Malawi, Zambia. Who do you work with? Who do you work with? Please unmute yourself.
Okay, thank you. So we work with various stakeholders such as the Ministry of Health, the Ministry of Social Welfare. We work with the parliamentarians, both the senior and the junior parliamentarians. We also work with some ministers, and we also work with various NGO, non-governmental organizations like Plan International, Simukai Children's Home, and we also work with the media people, those who present on radios and in TV. We work with those who work for the newspaper people. We work with various people, so it actually contributes to the ending of child marriages through advocacy.
Thank you so much, Zim. Tanzania, who do you work with?
We work with. They are still discussing.
Mozambique. Mozambique.
Yeah.
A gente trabalha com os líderes da comunidade. A gente trabalha com os jovens e os líderes da comunidade.
Okay, we work with the community leaders and the youth in the community.
So much, Mozambique. Malawi.
Com várias organizações não governamentais e governamentais. A destacar aqui, estamos a falar do Parlamento Juvenil, estamos a falar da Plan Internacional e também trabalhamos com a Rede Open, trabalhamos com a Marchange e temos várias organizações não governamentais que nos ajudam nesta advocacia.
Obrigado.
we also work with several several NGOs and national organizations such as the Youth Parliament, Mashasha, Open Network, and many others.
Thank you so much, Mozambique. Malawi, yes, I can see you already. Yes, go ahead, Malawi.
To make our advocacy work, we need other groups like community leaders, police, employers, and the education leaders. And we also work with district council. For example, which is social welfare. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Malawi. Who has not spoken? Zambia, have you spoken? Who do you work with? Zambia? Zambia?
We're here.
Yes, go ahead. Who do you work with?
In Zambia, we work with Plan International, the teachers, the community leaders and traditional leaders. Also, we work with the health workers and the civil workers and other stakeholders.
Thank you so much, Zambia. Tanzania, are you ready now?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Yes. In Tanzania, we're working with different civil society organizations, including non-profit making organizations such as Msichana Initiative, Her Initiative, and other organizations. Together with Plan International, we're also working with government officials and the community at large, including parents and people at the community level to advocate.
Thank you so much, Tanzania. Who have I left out? Which country have I left out? Zim, you guys have spoken? Zimbabwe? Zimbabwe don't want to speak to me. So thank you so much, guys. Meti, I don't know, I'll be able to get Selam back because I see she's struggling. Meti?
She is with me, so if you have the question, she will try to address it. I think we have power and connection issues.
Okay, do we have any questions? Selam is joining using Meti's gadget. So any questions to Selam? Going once, going twice. Young people are so satisfied with Selam's presentation. Any questions for Selam? Do you want to understand how she works, how she influences, how she lobbies, how she works with the AU to ensure that your voices are heard at the African Union?
Hi, Jenny. I'm back from Meti's computer.
Yeah. So there's a question from Malawi for you. Yes, go ahead, Malawi.
I just want to know if there is another committee that makes sure that let's say the project, not project, just that the achievement of African Union being made, especially from our leaders, the president, because sometimes show that they can make a fake word. They can make a fake report. So I just want to know if there's a committee that makes sure that there's a real work, there's a real disaster.
Okay. Did you hear the question, Selam?
It was not very clear. Maybe if you heard, Jenny?
So is there a committee that ensures that the work that has been done? If I'm not wrong, I think I heard that. Isn't it that Malawi? Is that the question?
Yeah.
Yes, exactly.
Okay, thank you. Any other question? Can see hands up. Tanzania, Zimbabwe, Mozambique, Zambia. Any questions? No? Okay, so because we don't have time, we need to go for lunch. I'm just going to give Selam 2 minutes to finish, to answer that question, and then we can break for lunch.
Okay. So thank you, Jenny. And sorry that we had power interruption in the office, so I couldn't be able to finish my presentation. So it has some components with regards to the question that you have asked from Malawi as well. How do we ensure that we have accountability mechanisms in place? So I think when I started my presentation, it was in the middle of how we do engagement at plan. So one of the points that we also take into consideration is that we hold those mechanisms, accountability mechanisms, into account. So it divides into different forms. So if you remember, we have, as I've tried to mention, we have different organs within the AU. We have the Assembly, we have the Executive Council, we have, for instance, the African Committee of Experts on the Rights and Welfare of a Child, specifically working on children issues. So if we take, for instance, the African Committee of Experts on the Rights and Welfare of a Child, it has different accountability mechanisms that are put in place in order to make them also accountable. So there are different mechanisms and processes that they take in ensuring that children's rights in Africa are protected and promoted. So, for instance, they have state party reports that they do on a periodic level. And also to complement that, they also invite civil society organizations to come up with alternative reports beside the state reports that have been submitted to the committee. So based on those analysis, they make their concluding observations. So we also believe that this is one of the accountability mechanisms. So for instance, if the state party that's presenting on the rights and welfare of a child, let's say in Zambia, didn't present the facts to the committee, there's also a mechanism for civil society organization to come on board and say, okay, this is not right. This is not the actual situation on the ground. So this thing is happening on the ground in Zambia, and we also want the committee to consider this. So this is one accountability mechanism that I've mentioned specifically with regards to child rights protection and promotion aspects. But there are also other accountability mechanisms with regards to, let's say, peace and security issues, with regards to economic issues, social issues, infrastructure, agriculture, and all the issues that the African Union and also member states engage on. We don't have as such a specific accountability mechanisms that apply to the AU as a whole, but based on the different organs that we advocate for and also that we engage with, there are different mechanisms in place that we can use as an advocate to ensure that there is accountability in place, that we are holding states into account in terms of the advocacy that we do. Of course, there are different also challenges that we see in terms of accessibility, in terms of reaching the decision makers, in terms of knowing who the actors are, who are our allies, and also there might be also a challenge of funding, because advocacy, it might also require traveling, it might also require some organization of meetings, so we also need to take into consideration that aspect. I think I've addressed some of the points that you have discussed when I was offline due to internet disconnection. But if there are anything that you want to add, or if you want to discuss further, I'm also available online and also offline. I will also be sharing the presentation with Betty, so that if you are interested in going forward and also looking into the different components of the advocacy, you can be able to look into the PowerPoint presentation and also look into some of the things that we might have missed. Thank you. Over to you, Jenny.
Thank you so much, Salam. So before we go for lunch, we need to go for lunch with the style, guys. We are going for lunch because we are like 30 minutes behind time. So we need to go for lunch for exactly 45 minutes, like 45 minutes, because we need to be back by 2 o'clock. So let's all stand up, cameras on. I can see Malawi is on, Tanzania is on, Zambia is on, Zimbabwe is on. I can't see Mozambique. Where are you guys? Mozambique. Let's all stand up. When I was in Malawi, there's a song we used to sing when your children used to go for lunch. I can't remember the song. Something like, I can hear my mom cooking or something. I can't remember the song. Please, someone to remind me. Gosh, I've forgotten. It was a very interesting song. My mom is cooking. I can't hear her food or something like that. Can't remember the song, but it was a very interesting song children used to sing. Can someone remind me? Or if you in Tanzania, nasikia sauti, sauti ya mama, sasa ni saa sita, kwa heri. Can you hear? Tanzania, can you hear that song? And in Zambia, you have a song that students sing when they are going for lunch, and they say, bye, I'm hungry, I need to go eat. I can hear my mama calling for food that is ready. In Zimbabwe, in Mozambique, do you have a song? I want to hear. I can't hear people. Or is it only in Kenya and Malawi they sing that song of, I am hungry, I'm going home, I can hear food cooking, my mom food tastes very nice, or something similar to that. Malawi, you guys are muted, I can't hear you.
Zambia will sing, they have a...
Okay, Zambia, go ahead. Go ahead, Zambia.
Zambia, go ahead.
Okay, Malawi, I can see your hand is up, yes? And then you guys can go for lunch. As soon as you see, you go for lunch. Malawi? You can go for lunch. Remember me when you are eating chambo. I really miss that. Eating chambo, please remember me. Tanzania. Tanzania. Sauti ya mama, mama You guys go for lunch. Okay, Zimbabwe, you're not hungry. You guys are like, we're not hungry, no. just like that. Zimbabwe? Zim?
Okay.
We can't hear you.
We didn't hear what you said.
Hold on.
Okay, you can. Yes, we can hear you now.
I think
okay, now see.
No, we don't have anything. No, we don't have anything for. No, nothing for food. We are hungry.
No, you can't. You go without singing for us. We need you to sing for us a song. I can see Mozambique is ready. Mozambique, please unmute yourself. Zim are not hungry. Okay, Mozambique, let's go. Yeah, you guys have earned your lunch. Zim, you guys have left me here. You don't need to go for lunch. Thank you so much, Mozambique. Zimbabwe, they have left me here. They have gone for lunch, like literally left me here, speaking to myself, requesting them to sing. So when they're coming back for lunch, from lunch, you guys will be the first people to dance for us. So start looking for a song, Zim, and you'll be singing for us something after lunch. So lunch is, now it's 40 minutes. So we'll be back here by 2 o'clock, 2:15 latest, so that we can continue. Okay, let's go. Let's disperse for lunch. Thank you.
Okay.